May 12th of 2023. We're happy to be here at Foothills Nature Preserve. It's a treat to be up here as a group. We've been able to kind of retreat here once in my tenure on the commission, and it's also noteworthy and great to be able to meet in person, which has not been the case for some time. Just start off with a quick review of the agenda. We'll start with a review of the. Well, actually, before I get started on that, I want to welcome our new commissioner, Commissioner Bing Wei, who's been sworn in this morning and is now officially part of our commission. So we are our whole with 7 commissioners again now. Thank you and welcome. We'll have an opportunity to meet with her a little bit and I'll try to bring her up to speed and answer questions she has, and I'm very excited with what she brings to the commission and forward to working with her.
Thank you. It's my honor to be here. Nice meeting everybody.
As far as agenda, we'll start off with after the introductory remarks. We'll start off with a review of last year's accomplishments. We've already got a jump start on this at our last meeting when we treated our work plan summaries or results from the previous year. So that'll go a little bit faster than usual. But then we'll move on to a couple of some actions. First, we'll focus on establishing our priorities for the coming fiscal year, this FY24. We'll also establish and assign the commission ad hoc committees and liaison roles. And then we will begin to develop our work plan for the coming year. All 3 of these items are listed as actions. I don't really expect that we will complete our work plan. So most likely for that action, we won't be voting on any action today, but it's listed as an action for flexibility purposes. Just get a couple quick reminders in general. Please take a look at the Parks and Recreation website at your profile. If you don't have a photo yet, please add a photo. If you want a new photos, send you out a new photo. I might. And look to if there's any updates to your bios as well. Please forward that. Existing terms now for the commission end on March 31st. All of us will have our terms expiring on that date, either in 2025 or 2026. So this group will be working together for the next nearly 2 years. That offers us a little bit of flexibility in terms of when we start our next work plan, or when we reorganize and have elect a new commissioner or a new chair and vice chair. Since it will be the same group, we could potentially do it a little bit earlier this year than last year, or the next year than this year. Also, it's possible that City Council may decide to rearrange some of the appointment timeline, given the crunch we've had this year in trying to be on a very aggressive schedule to create the work plan. There may be some slight realignment. So in general, we're looking to have our next retreat 12 months from now, but it might be 11 months or so, depending on where the chips fall. Just quick terminology remarks. I'm referring to our new work plan and our new liaison and ad hocs and all that as the FY24 or fiscal year 24 work plan, etc. That aligns with the City of Palo Alto's fiscal year, which runs July 1st to June 30th. It's not, strictly speaking, exactly accurate, but it seems like the best way to refer to things. And referring to the previous work plan, etc., calling that the calendar year 22 / fiscal year 23 plan. And it's a little bit of a hybrid because it was an extended term based on the terms being lengthened to move our expiration dates from December 15th to May 31st. That's what we have, that's what's planned for the agenda. Now's an opportunity to discuss any changes, additions, or deletion.
Just a reminder about the roll call.
Roll call, yes, that's an excellent idea. We have a roll call, please.
Chair Greenfield,
Here.
Vice Chair Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Cripps,
Here.
Commissioner Freeman,
Here.
Commissioner Finehouse,
Here.
Commissioner Oche,
Yeah.
Commissioner Way,
Here.
Chair, that's 7 present.
Thank you. Also, I'll acknowledge we're going to be sitting here we're going to be meeting for 4 hours. We're going to, there is no break specifically scheduled on the agenda. We will have a 10-minute break roughly halfway through. If anyone needs to leave the room for any reason, please feel free to. Everyone knows where the restrooms are and kind of near the entrance towards the side. Any other questions before we get started? Then we'll move on with the first business item, which is our review of calendar year 22. This year 20.
Just to double check if we have any public comments.
We do have attendees online. If anyone is looking to speak, please raise your hand now.
This would be for an item not on the agenda.
That's right.
Looks like we do have one hand raised. One second.
A couple hands raised. Yeah. And so this is an opportunity to speak to an item that's not on our agenda.
Our first speaker is Andres. Andres, please unmute. Andres, can you hear us? Please unmute.
Can you guys hear me now?
Thank you. Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Well, I sent an email yesterday. I don't know if you received it, but basically, I'm talking on behalf of a group of neighbors that live by the Palo Alto, by the Timothy Hopkins Creekside Park. We have an individual that has been camping there for almost over a year. This person is a convicted felon for assault and arson. We've been calling the police, fire departments for the longest time, and legally they cannot remove this individual. He has refused to go to shelters, to family members, anything. He's just camping there, and it's a serious threat to the community. So we are reaching out to the commission to see if we can find a solution, changing something in the park, like closing any access to the bushes behind the park, putting up fences, moving down the fence line to the embankment, so nobody can camp out there. But we really need a solution to this. And if you have time to see the email that I sent yesterday with the attachments of all the police reports and all the issues that the neighbors have encountered with this individual, that'd be great. And you can see that we cannot live like this any longer, and we really need a solution from the commission. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Graham McNichol. Graham, please unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hey everybody. I'm also one of the community that's affected by the transient person who's living behind the park or in the park, depending on how you define that. Just to add some clarification on some of the issues Andreas brought up. It's not like he's just living quietly back there. I don't know if you can hear him in the background, but he yells for about 8 hours a day. And he just screams, he racially abuses people. He just uses swear words and like the N-word, and like just screams and makes the park like unusable. I live directly opposite. I see people show up for picnics and then just like leave because he's just screaming behind the park. when the police come to visit, he actually gets like more irate, and he comes out of the park and then just starts walking in the street, and he's threatened violence. He's he's threatened to kill us all. He's threatened to turn the area into a shooting range. And all of this is documented in video in the email that we sent you guys. So I do encourage you to look at that. It's like pretty amazing that like there's no solution to this, because like I don't know, he's also like he's an arsonist, and he has compulsions to have fires, or at least that's my assumption, because he has them like when it's really hot. He has them in the middle of the day, and he's been cutting down all the trees back there. He's cleared a lot of land so that now you can see Menlo Park pretty clearly from the park. I've tried to find who's responsible for maintaining that part of the forest there, but it's like disappearing kind of rapidly because he's burning it all down. So if we could find a solution, that would be great.
Our next speaker is Susie.
And Susie, could you please provide your full name?
Yes, I'm Susie Emanuel Manbeck. And I am also a neighbor of Andres and Graham. Graham and Andres both outlined exactly our issues. He also has another camper. We're talking about one particular camper who's the arsonist. There's actually a record of him being an arsonist provided in the details in the paperwork that we sent, in the email, in the spreadsheet. So he's a convicted arsonist. He has other campers staying with him, and they are actually encroaching on the property that we live on, peeping in our windows, defecating, or maybe not defecating, but urinating in our walkway. We could see outside of my son's window. He is a minor. We have a lot of safety issues. And one thing that maybe just right now, we can maybe just urge him to leave. I know I hate to say, I want homeless people, I want everyone to have a comfortable place to live. But we all feel threatened. We all feel unsafe. And they're not safe either back there with fires getting set by themselves. Very not comfortable with the situation. Like I said, there's a minor living at 500 Palo Alto Avenue. I had to advise my son, if anyone follows you that lives in the camp into our property, you need to keep going and you call me ASAP. What kind of a way is that to live? When you have people walking through at midnight, it's not on the document that we sent, the incident report, because it happened only a week ago, where the police came at 10 to midnight. Luckily, my dog alerted us to someone walking in private property at 500 Palo Alto Avenue. We just do not want fire. We don't want to lose our homes. He will lose his home if he, survives. I'm getting a little dramatic, but I just want you to know that is very unsafe. We don't see neighbors that we typically see at the park because they are just too afraid to see it. We have seniors, children, families with dogs, and a lot of people use the Palo Alto Avenue to run, to walk, to socialize, and our quality of life is definitely it's at a loss. And pretty soon going to keep my door open and maybe have a dinner on my outside patio. Is that going to happen with the smoke and screaming? And yes, threatening. We have video. Please, I urge you all to watch it. If it was happening to you, you may not be so comfortable with it as well. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Chair, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Rod. We'll now move on to the first business item, which is review of the Parks and Recreation Commission priorities and accomplishments. Thank you, Vice Chair Brown.
Thank you very much. So, thank you, and go 2 slides forward there. Great, so this will just be a little wrap up to continue our discussion that we had at our last regular meeting. So we'll go to the next slide. A review of the priorities that were identified at last year's work planning session. Really into 3 buckets: maximizing recreation opportunities, considering available resources, equity, access, and inclusion for programs, parks, and open space, biodiversity, environmental sustainability, and climate change. So these were the 3 major priorities identified by Commission last year. So under that first bucket of maximizing recreation opportunities, considering available resources, you go to the next slide. Sort of 3 of the accomplishments were improved transparency, working to develop and improve park facilities, and then continuing to work with our community partners. So looking back at all of the agenda items that came before the commission over the last year, we have those listed here, including the updates to the website, and then the review of the CIP projects, which has been a priority for the commission for many years, is to bring those forward so the commission has an opportunity to review and discuss those in an open public meeting before it goes through the budget process. Under the, so you can go back there, the park, sorry, park facilities. So lots of improvements to park facilities from the regular budget implementation project. So Mitchell Park, Boulware, Ramos, supporting the development of the skate park with some outreach and staff support, as well as commission support, Cubberley restroom development, and then working on the wellness center. And then presentations from many of our community partners listed here. I won't go through all of them. I'm sure there are many more that we did not have formal presentations, but that were included in the ad hoc reports as well. Next slide. For the next priority, it was equity, access, and inclusion for programs, parks, and open space. And the sort of 2 buckets under here were updating policies in response to community needs, and then reviewing city projects and programs regularly. So we did, with the help of Adam Howard, the updates to the racket court policy, informed by community interest from pickleball and tennis. And then recommended update to the e-bike park and open space policy that went to City Council. For regular city projects and programs, discuss the public art elements. We had a presentation on this, on what elements were to be included in Boulware Park in the future, and then reviewed the proposed easement at Fair Park. This was a recent item before the commission. Next slide. And last one, biodiversity, environmental sustainability, and climate change. This really touches most everything that the commission sees before them, but specifically a few of these items: the tree ordinance updates as the commission has taken on that new urban forestry role, reviewing the advanced water purification system plans, the BCCP, the horizontal levee pilot project, utilities projects, and then the measure to set recommendation. Next slide. And the work plan accomplishments, again, we discussed this in detail at our last meeting, so I just have a high level summary and the attachment of what we completed at the last meeting is available for additional detail. So again, the racket court policy, the outreach that's been done on the wellness center to date, the working toward the development of the skate park, the continued partnership with the First Tee, that e-bike policy recommendation, improved communications to address fundraising capacity, and the Enjoy catalog, as well as other means, the tree ordinance again, and Measure E, the CIP project, and the PRC website. So a lot of these have been covered in the regular agenda items, but these were the identified accomplishments from our last meeting, just at a summary level. And I think that's it. If there are any questions or things that have resonated from last meeting.
Are there any accomplishments that were not included here that anyone thinks is important to add? Well, thank you for the nice presentation. Thank you also for the work you've done on the PowerPoint that we're looking at today, sprucing it up and we can, Darren and I are both in awe. Figuring you must have been cringing for a while
No.
watching your presentation.
Chair, could I just say that I think the presentation is excellent. It would be great to have it posted or put in someplace so we can have a copy of it. It's really very, very well done.
This presentation will be posted on the website.
Great,
with-
thank you.
With the agenda. Any other comments? Are there any members of the public looking to speak to this item?
I'm seeing no hands raised.
Thank you. Okay, then if there's no other comments or questions, then thank you again, and we'll move on to the FY 24 priorities for the commission. This is an action item, and we'll be looking to establish our new priorities. Looking to do this in sync, in alignment with City Council's annual priorities, which are largely the same as last year. So it gives us an opportunity to look at our previous priorities from last year and see if there's anything we want to adapt or remove and change in that. But given that City Council is remained consistent, we may choose to do something on the same in this. Next slide, please. Before we dive into our actual priorities per se, and want to just do some background information, to take a step back and review some of the general charter of the Parks and Recreation Commission. Take a look at our guiding documents. And part of this will be a deeper dive than usual into the master plan. Starting to review the Parks and our role is defined in two places in the municipal code. These are some excerpts from the municipal code that I won't read through all this, but we advise on planning and policy. This is specific things that staff may ask us for. It matters to City Council requests of us as well. And really, there's three ways that projects come to the commission chooses to work on projects. It can be something that we're directed from City Council. It can be a staff directive, and it can be a commission initiative. And all three of these are viable projects or means for a project to come into place for us to work on. The work plan is now established so that the City Council reviews and approves. We'll be working on where we are prioritizing our efforts for a given term. But that's also a place where more specifically a commission-driven initiative can be approved by City Council. And certainly, if we were going to push for that, we would be working in concert with staff, as we always do. We appreciate the relationship we have with the staff. We appreciate the efforts that the dedicated team puts in, and also appreciate the constraints we have, both budgetary, financial, and in terms of bandwidth and staff resources. We also another primary role of other primary roles are to review budgets and review laws as they come out as appropriate, and to serve as a conduit for the community. And more recently, we've been added to our responsibilities have been increased to serve as a conduit in community form for forestry. Next slide, please. The second place that our role is defined is the new relatively new city boards, commissions, and committees handbook. This is something that all of us have read and reviewed, and should refer back to on a regular basis. It gives us a general outline of our roles and guidelines and standards that we're expected to abide by. The term limits are defined there as well. The annual work plan and report that the commission is required to complete by the end of May to submit to City Council to be approved in June is detailed in the handbook. And we spent some time on this at the last meeting. I spent more time on the work plan as the last item here. Ad hoc committees are specifically called out in the commission handbook, and this is real important for our commission in particular. We make great use of our ad hoc committees, and in a sense that's where our bread and butter is. Our bread is buttered. The bread and butter comes from. We're more unique, or we make more use of them than most other commissions. But it's important that we all understand the guidelines, specific guidelines for an ad hoc committee. It's by definition, it's temporary and it's advisory. It's for a specific task or purpose, as opposed to something that is ongoing, like City Council's Finance Committee. And this understanding this distinction is very important because ad hoc committees are not subject to the Brown Act and public meeting rules. It's not that we're trying to skirt around the Brown Act, but in order to be fully productive as we are with our ad hocs, it's important for the groups to be able to meet flexibly and on short notice. So for that reason, we need to make sure that we follow the guidelines for the ad hocs and the specific. An ad hoc isn't a committee that continues year after year. That's a standing committee, and that is subject to the Brown Act. Each year, the ad hocs we create must be for a defined purpose and a defined scope and task. So we need to keep that in mind as we move forward with creating our ad hocs. The liaison roles that we create are separate from that. The liaison roles tend to be, in many cases, more, they can be baskets waiting to catch specific issues associated with a particular project or program or initiative. And this liaison roles, typically one person. For a larger role, we might have two people. Ad hoc committees can't be a majority of the commission, so there's a maximum of 3 people for a 7-person commission, and a minimum of 2 people. One person does not make a committee. Next slide, please. We have a number of guiding lights. I'll say that kind of set the direction and different levels of details. At the top is the city master plan, which is overarching for the city, and then there are more specific master plans that apply more directly to the work that we do as a commission. The Parks, Trails, Open Space, and Recreation Master Plan is the primary master plan that governs the work we do. And it serves as our aspirational document. I will be referring to this as the master plan or the Parks Master Plan later in the presentation and our discussion. Urban Forestry Master Plan is also applicable to us, given our role as a community forum for urban forestry. It's noteworthy to mention that urban forestry is outside of the Community Services Department, which has been traditionally the purview of the Parks and Recreation Commission, a subset of the Community Services Department. And urban forestry is part of the Public Works Department. So that is in a new twist. The SCAP, or Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, has a lot of applicability, particularly to our open space areas. And Green Stormwater Infrastructure, or GSI plan, is related to both parks and open space areas. I want to spend a fair bit of time doing a deeper dive into the master plan. I understand we all, we're all familiar with the master plan to a certain degree. Hopefully we all read through it at least on an annualized basis. If we get done in more earnest as we approach our annual retreat. I encourage everyone to refer back to the master plan more frequently throughout the year. And the next slide is, and we'll talk more about how to use this. So the master plan was adopted in September 2017 by City Council. It is intended to be a 20-year plan. It's both an aspirational and a functional roadmap for our work. It includes, by the numbers, it has 8 guiding principles. After significant work, 6 goals were created, focusing on 41 policies, 34 high priority projects and programs were identified, and a total of 170 programs are referenced specifically in the master plan. It's a great volume of work. It's a thick book, and there's a lot to absorb, and there's a lot of there was a tremendous effort that was undertaken by the architects of the master plan from the Parks and Rec Commission and from staff. Ann and I were part of the commission when the master plan was approved. Ann was on the commission a year longer than I. I had very little to do with the heavy lifting of creating the master plan. It was really more of an effort of carrying it over the finish line. Next slide, please. So just real quickly, these are the master plan principles that we're all familiar with. They drive all of the work that we do. There's certainly overlapping for many and most projects and programs we undertake. Playful, healthy, sustainable, inclusive, accessible, flexible, balanced in nature. A few comments as far as sustainable, that point out that's we are stewards of the natural, economic, and social resources for an enduring system. In terms of balanced, we want our parks and open spaces not to be dominated by one type of experience. And regarding nature, that incorporates native species and habitat corridors, and focuses learning and interacting with nature. Just a few highlights to keep in mind. Next slide, please. These are the master plan goals that are highlighted in detail in the master plan. I'm not going to read through all of these. Just as a reminder, we're focusing on high quality facilities and services. And this is a very rich document. I just reading through it. All of the key, every word in these goals is carefully selected. It's accessible, inclusive, equitable distribution, etc. And focusing on enhancing the facilities and services that we have, creating environments that encourage both active and passive activities for a variety of benefits for our community. We know from surveys that our parks and open space system, it's highly appreciated by our community. It's a jewel of the community. We're privileged to have the resources and infrastructure and programs that we have, and we're privileged to serve in our role to help ensure that these programs are maintained properly and continue in the future and grow and expand to meet the needs of our evolving community. Focusing on nature and natural systems, focusing on programs and services for our full community and managing the land and services, the overall management. Next slide. So something we haven't done in the past is any type of master plan review. As mentioned, the master plan was adopted in 2017. So it's 5.5 years old, going on 6. Just highlighting a couple of policies within the master plan. They're specifically calling out for a periodic review. I'll note the page numbers that you see there. The first number refers to the actual page number that's in the printed document, or the page number that's displayed on a page in the online document. The second number is the actual page of the online document. See that I got that page version 6A. Anyway, because there's a 20-page difference between the page number and the actual page of the digital document. But a couple of the periodic reviews that we should be looking at doing, and I hope that we can focus some effort this year, is a qualitative evaluation of the demand and capacity for our major recreation facilities. This includes pools, gyms, racket courts, teen centers, etc. We want to take a look at how these resources are distributed throughout the city. We want to adjust plans as appropriate to accommodate the changes, our ever-changing community, both the demographics and the requests and needs of our community. So this is something we should be looking at doing in a more comprehensive manner. And then policy 6A is a similar, a different, similar review with a different focus. They're reviewing the demographic trends and interests of the overall city, and the different groups that are using the resources of the city. So the first one is more of the what, and the second one's more of the who. Taking a look at how to adjust our master plan, and ultimately how to focus the work we do as a commission. I found in more recent review of the master plan that there are some things that we need to be looking at and following, look to follow a little more closely as a commission. Next slide. And specifically, there is an action plan that's called out in the master plan. Can you move the video, please? You just slide in the video overlay. So the action plan is a very comprehensive document that recently learned about more specifically, and it's a very detailed view of the master plan projects and programs. And actually itemizes 114, maybe it's even a bigger number, a very large number of programs and projects in great detail. On the left side, the descriptions include a lot of the information that's typical of what we find in the CIP review for each specific project that staff is working on for a given capital improvement project for each year. This includes the location, the applicable master plan policy reference that the project or program falls under, the anticipated years of implementation, and a cost breakdown, which includes both planning and design and implementation capital expenses and anticipated operation expenses costs for staff per year of implementation. So there's a lot of information here that unfortunately we haven't taken advantage of in the past. Most of the projects that we work on as a commission that we create ad hocs for and work on an annualized basis for were already listed and identified in the master plan, and there was so we can look to get a head start on the information to help streamline and make our work and staff's work more efficient. The action plan was designed to be a flexible document, something that we can update on an annual basis much more easily than the master plan. So as projects are completed and time goes on, the action plan gets updated, and as the funding landscape shifts, the priorities for projects can adapt as well. And this is kind of what staff has primarily been doing with the annual CIP plan. As you know, we have there's a CIP budget for each year, each fiscal year, and then there's a 5-year CIP projection moving forward. There's aspects in the action plan that are directly tied into tracking the CIP, tracking and planning CIPs that would be very useful for us to take advantage of. As I mentioned, the intended usage is that this is maintained separately from the master plan, but the action plan feeds an updated set of projects during the CIP process. And it also allows for new projects to be added based on prioritization. Obviously, the master plan was created in 2017 and was an extremely comprehensive work, exhaustively comprehensive at the time, but new things come up and priority shift. And so it's important to be able to adapt. The next page shows next slide, please. This is a snapshot, which is pretty hard to, it's kind of small. But this is just a small snapshot of what the action plan looks like. You can see there's on the far left, it's referencing the specific goals and priorities and programs. They're called out in the master plan. There's a type of project. There's a reference in terms of the location, how it applies. The actual name of the project or program description is included. So that as we look to do a review of the master plan, some of the 5-year review type of things that we talked about, and taking a step back, and when you talk about a review of a master plan, I think the most obvious thing to do is take a look at the existing projects and programs and see where our successes have been, and see what we haven't been able to accomplish, consider the priorities and how to move forward. This is all work we do as a commission on a regular basis, and I think certainly the work that we've done has been very much consistent with the spirit of the master plan, but I think taking advantage of this action plan will help us be more efficient in the future, and it's also we are specifically called on to do this through the master plan. This is something that staff wasn't aware of and the commission wasn't aware of. I think a big factor related to this was the transition of the primary architects of the master plan from both the commission and from staff. The CSC director moved on, and so I think there's some significant institutional knowledge that was lost, or it was, if not lost, it was pushed off to the side. So I have been reaching out to some of the Parks and Rec commissioners who are involved with this more directly, getting a little advice. Look forward to having an opportunity for hopefully for at least one person to join us and kind of give us some insight to help share an understanding of what the intent And was for creating, unfortunately, no one was able to attend the retreat today to review that. Any questions about this before we move on?
Chair, where does this live right now?
So this is a document which Darren found and we will be sharing this with the full commission. Probably be good to go ahead and attach this to the agenda as an attachment.
That would be great, because it's hard to see from back.
Yeah, sure.
And those items are actually pulled from the master plan.
Yeah, so if you look at one of the wider columns that says project program description. That is the text that comes out of all of these, each of these programs and descriptions. That are included, or sorry, these programs and descriptions. That are called out. So each one of these is numbered, as we look to do a review of the status of this is extremely helpful. It's already looked at
So-
before.
Each one of those then turns into a place on.
It gets a line.
Yeah.
So there. And we'll share the document. I could open the document quickly if you want to take a quick look at it.
It'd be great.
Any other questions while we're up to speed here? Did you have a question?
Yeah, so is the action plan, just understand the process here, is it updated on a quarterly basis or annual basis? How do you develop action plan implementation methods?
That's an excellent question. So this document was created in 2017 and has not been updated.
So it's attached to the.
So
master
we have
plan.
some work to do.
Okay, so it's attached to the master plan and action
It-
plan is part of it.
That's-
And the master plan hasn't been updated since that time either.
The master plan hasn't been updated. That's not surprising to us, and an update to the master plan would require approval by city council. So I guess one open question would be, is the action plan something that is this for the commission to update, or do we need any council oversight on this?
A lot of changes.
So, yeah, there's lots of changes.
So what, and there are a lot of changes that are really impactful. COVID happened since.
Yeah,
And so people's priorities may have
Right.
changed. The
Absolutely.
surveys were done in 2015. That's a long time ago. And the surveys were the baseline for the plan and the action items.
Mhm.
Foothills open. I mean, there's so many,
That's
the trees were added to the work plan for this commission, so. I'm trying to figure out if you're hoping to look at, see what's completed or, where we are in this implementation plan or what's potentially missing, its updates.
Yeah, I mean, see, for example, on recreation facility updates, each specific park is called out as a specific line item. So there's a schedule, an updated schedule for parks and things like that.
so do we add things coming up like the 3 people in public were addressing about their neighborhood park? Do we add that, what we could do to help them as a community?
Oh, we would. That.
Just
that-
as an
that- yeah,
example.
that might not be a great example, because that's. Probably outside the purview of
Okay.
of our commission.
Okay,
It's something we want to talk with staff about. And also just to clarify, when there is public comment. To an item that's not on the agenda, typically the commission does not comment on it.
I see.
We're not permitted to comment because it's not an agenda.
got it.
It's an opportunity for public comment, and it may be something would lead to a future agenda item.
So how do we bring that comment to staff or to city council?
Usually at the end of the meeting, we'll have an opportunity to talk about future agendas,
Okay,
but also that would be a time to bring up future interest in initiatives. So this gives you an idea of the depth, and there's also a second tab that's more finance related.
So who put this together? You might have said that.
The original
Members of
the
that were building.
department
So it was built in conjunction with the master.
building conjunction with the master.
so
plan.
that was 5 years ago.
I mean, it's probably started 7 or 8. I'm not sure exactly how long the master plan that process was in place. And I also don't know what the specific interaction between commission members and staff was in the creation of this document. And how that was intended to be managed moving forward. I'm going to stop sharing unless further questions with this. Can we go back to the presentation, please? Okay, the next page.
It's frozen. Give me a second.
A few other things that were highlight that I found in the master plan that I wanted to highlight is a prioritization process, which is specifically called out under the action plan. And this is more or less what we follow, but it's something that we should look to follow more strictly, or as a matter of best practice than. In general, I think as a commission, we've done a pretty good job in stumbling onto the right path. But I think that we all agree there's a more efficient way to progress on things than to stumble. And that's what I'd like to target some of our specific effort on this next coming here. So the prioritization process it's fairly intuitive. You want to focus on filling gaps. You want to respond to changes and growth in the community. We want to prioritize what the community wants prioritized. And overall, we want to maximize the resources, the bounty of resources we have. We still have limitations. We have limitations in terms of staff resources. We have limitations in terms of money we can spend on projects, and externally, I know we're viewed as a wealthy community, and certainly compared to some of the other communities we are, but that doesn't mean that it's not difficult to that doesn't mean we have unlimited resources by any means. It's more the opposite. It's really prioritizing and sorting out how to make best use and optimize and prioritize our resources, and then realizing multiple benefits is something that we want to focus on benefits of projects based on our master plan, but this isn't we're not a silo within the city. There are many other departments and many other master plans that there's a symbiosis with, and we want to look to gain multiple benefits across departments and across different areas of the city to the extent possible. Next slide, please. There's also specific guidelines in the master plan to direct how to evaluate future projects. So that there's a question that came up. So when an idea for these are questions that should be asked when we consider a future project, and again, looking at this as a best practice for evaluating a future project. Does it exist already, or is it something that beyond the current resources get a project, is this something within the control of the city, or not? Looking at how how projects that apply throughout the city and looking for balance. Looking at when they're looking at when programs are overbooked, that suggests that we might need more. We want to focus on quality, and it's not just and it's also the perception of quality, and that's not always the same thing. We need to be mindful of that. Focused on needs that are expressed either through staff, council, or the board, and more importantly, community feedback. Ordinance update, seems like that didn't get copied in, but go back to some demographic trends and barriers and demand.
One of the things that has been very evident through the master plan and in many of our discussions is sort of balancing all of these things with the ecological impact, and that's not here. And I think something about how do we look at the project and consider ecological implications for benefits or for potential impacts that are not so beneficial. And how do we juggle all of that? And we've been struggling with this for the past year. Before that, it was not really good. I don't know, and I wasn't here, so I don't know. But I think we need to look at that here, because relying on the environmental review process to identify the problems is just not sufficient. They only look at whether a species will go extinct or not. I mean, there's a lot of public interest in maintaining wildlife and our environment. And we need to have the books for that as well.
Yeah. That's definitely something that we have to track. On the previous slide, I also noticed there didn't seem to be I didn't see resources, financial and staff resources included on this as well. That seems to be missing to me.
Yeah, I don't know if that belongs there or not, but we need to also speak for nature. And nature is one of our big buckets. And so how do we do that? That's not always clear.
It's a separate issue, but I know that we do tend to when there's money available for something that the project gets a higher priority.
Would that go under express need by any chance?
Under express
The
need,
next need.
the resources that doesn't necessarily translate to
I'm
need.
thinking about what Shannon.
Oh, okay, Johnny said.
Yes, the impact, like ecological impact.
But when you think, and we don't know what the authors are thinking as they were building this, was that a factor that was taken into consideration as you built, because it is part of our objective, I guess, for the PRC is to not only look at open space, but to look at the environmental conditions that's around that.
Is there any independent consultants we can seek advice? Just addressing what Shani says, say, if we have an oversubscribed enjoy catalog, if we expand program in the parks, but there's too much for the park to.
Yeah, in most park, it's probably, it's not a problem, but sometimes.
I think where I would start is trying to reach out to some of the people, the architects of this plan.
Yeah.
To start, and as far as having a consultant to assist with this, there's a funding question associated with that. But it's not better, yeah.
Of course.
Or somebody can donate his hours.
Volunteer.
Chair, is our intent right now to change the master plan or just explain where the master plan was at a particular time? And then move on in our agenda to looking at our priorities as they align with the council. I'm a little confused about trying to change some of the things here.
There will be, it's a good question. There. It's a kind of a yes and no, there is direct tie-in and there's not, so as we look to create our priorities, which is really kind of we tend to do it in more of a bottom-up approach where we'll look at city council priorities, but we'll also focus first on the projects that that we think are the priorities and see how those fit into buckets of priorities we establish and how that aligns with city council.
Yeah.
Highlighting the need that part of a master plan review is something that we do this year. In addition to continuing on with a project like a wellness center gym and looking for dedicating more parkland. Move on.
I don't know
sorry.
where this belongs, but sometimes there are opportunities that are not going through. Like if the new donor comes and says, oh, I'll build something.
Yeah, that is referenced in somewhere. I could just read a little bit about this. So these are the review processes, but the review step one of the review process is staff, individual, or a community group proposed to the project or program. Step two is staff reviews the proposal to determine if the project aligns with the community's vision, master plan principles and goals, and if there's a compelling case that can be made. If not, it stops there. Then step three is analyzing the need using the categories. These same needs and opportunities categories that are also included in the chapter of the master plan. You know, in some cases, the information may not be readily available for staff to make an adequate evaluation. So we might need additional meetings with the proposer, local experts, or conducting further research. And so staff may recommend conducting specific technical study on something.
Okay. Yeah.
Then step four of the process is staff making a recommendation to PRC using the results of the step three analysis. And the PRC considers the staff's recommendation at a meeting. That's a short version. Next slide. So, kind of getting back to your question and reviewing the master plan under any circumstances is daunting, maybe not as daunting as the creation of the master plan, but it's a significant undertaking. I don't necessarily, so one, I don't think everything is clearly defined what we need to do. Two, the timeline for this review, given that what we've uncovered, it's probably more than a year for a full comprehensive review of everything we need to do. So I think it's important to prioritize our first steps, which would in creating a work plan item and what we want to take on. The first priorities to me, and these are suggestions. Start with a higher level review, rather than taking. I think the way most of us look at the master plans, we have an idea of what we're working on, and we zoom in and find the projects related to that, and focus on the details of that, rather than being more process oriented. So I think we need to take a look at the master plan and understand the processes that have been identified and recommended by the master plan, and really to optimize our.
All I was saying is that looking at the master plan is good, and it's great that we have this document. And clearly there are things that are missing because the world has changed a great deal. And so if we could create just a list over here that would have things that are clearly missing now, and then kind of move on to work into our discussion is what I thought might be useful.
We're almost done.
Good.
So also a top priority, I think, is to review and update the action plan. The biggest near-term priority seems to be to look to see how to use the action plan in conjunction with our next CIP process, which is basically starting in the November timeframe or so. And we'll need to talk with staff to figure out, does it need to be earlier, more in the October timeframe in terms of planning that the staff is doing the CIP process. So I think first is take a look at the master plan. Let's identify what we're missing, and what we need to make better use of. Let's figure out how to move forward with the CIP process in an optimal way this year, and then in the process of that, let's identify. Let's scope out the work that we need. The secondary priorities that we need to do that will become party to work of the master plan review, which will be include more the typical or more intuitive detailed status review of each of the projects and programs, which you think about when you're doing the master plan review. Community outreach and community input needs to be a part of this process, so we need to decide how to do that. I've added the specific 5-year recommendations from policies 2G and 6A under there, and kind of in general, we kind of go through party 1 and party 2. We're looking to establish best practices for the commission to follow moving forward, and so as part of the best practices, we should have a kind of an annual checklist of things that we should be doing, and also a checklist of things that we should be doing for individual projects. Any questions or comments on this without drawing too much further?
But when your work plan be sort of your checklist? I mean, because that basically what everything that we're sort of doing, let's say for the year, should be sort of targeted to what's in the.
Yes, we have been working towards that, and part of the evaluation of the action plan as well is we need to make it as, we need to decide is this something that makes sense to use moving forward. A lot of effort was put into creating it, and a lot of and the vision was that this would be something that's much easier to adapt on an annual basis than the master plan. And I think it's a document that's in the control of staff with commission input. So it's something that can evolve more agilely and dynamically. So these are questions.
2015, there were several surveys that led to the development of the plan. Those surveys. There was an initial survey that looked like citywide. There were more than 1,000 people who participated in that. Following that, there were more like slight surveys looking at ethnicity, looking at where people lived, whether they had children or didn't have children, all sorts of additional surveys. And I think that the plan reflects most of that, but and maybe some attitudes have changed, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of the big buckets haven't really changed. People appreciate the parks in Palo Alto. They love them. There's things they want. And after COVID, there's probably some changes, but I wouldn't expect huge changes when you call 1,000 people and more. So I think that could be really, having those surveys available would be helpful to look at whether what we have in the plan reflects those sentiments that were expressed, and when we look at different line items and say, well, should we continue with this or maybe change it, or maybe the progress was made or not made, but keep that.
Yes, so there is when the master plan was getting created, there was a binder, a notebook that was given to each of the commissioners, and then a digital copy. So all the resources that were gathered throughout the process. There is apparently a digital version of this as well. We're looking to locate this.
I have the surveys.
Okay.
if you want to look at the Parks and Rec Commission meetings, one of them was March 24, 2015.
Why don't I take this offline?
Yeah, okay.
And then let's look for that information. But I think it is important to. A big part of this focus is not reinventing the wheel.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work, a lot of hard work and heavy lifting that's been done before us. So let's leverage this and take advantage of it.
So a couple of things occurred to me, if I could. First of all, if we all could see a copy of what's on that action plan, that would be great to check off and see what we've really done, because I think we've really done a lot.
Absolutely.
And second, so we don't have to maybe go and do it again. And secondly, I'd love to hear what the staff thinks about the usefulness of this particular action plan. Not today, but at some point. Is it adding extra busy work, or is it doing something that will move us forward?
That's kind of what I was alluding to, determining if this is something we should use. Darren, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think by virtue of the fact that staff haven't really used that in the last 5 years is slightly indicative of we've got other methodologies for tracking those things that have been successful. It doesn't mean that this wouldn't be better though. And I think a fresh eye on this is really helpful for staff too. So I'm all for re-examining the action plan, going with it through our partners for Public Works Engineering. Peter Jensen's here representing that team, and they're integral to our city development of CIPs. And I think the action plan would feed that and kind of cross over. But there's also the program piece to that, and we haven't looked very closely. And I think that needs fresh perspective too. So I'm all in.
But you wouldn't be recommending that we would allocate money to do this and to have a consultant and do the whole thing. I mean,
My hunch is we could do it with staff and the
with
PRC.
staff, yeah,
Yeah, I believe so.
thank you.
Next slide, please. Unless there's further questions, comments. Okay. So as we work to create our priorities, as I mentioned before, our projects, initiatives come from city council directive, from staff directives, and priorities from commission initiatives. Most of the staff priorities are based, are set in stone based on what there's funding for. So Darren's going to review the staff priorities for the coming for the calendar year that's in process in the coming fiscal year. And this is important for us to be aware of and take into consideration as we establish our priorities.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I can go into depth where you have questions. Otherwise, if you'd like me to move kind of fast, I'm glad to. Some of these are new capital projects. The first one, for example, this is the Baylands Boardwalk, where wooden pilings were impacted by an aquatic shipworm. It started eating away. And so we're in the exploration phase on what the repair would look like. That's what that CIP is for. And then shortly to follow, a repair CIP would be independent of that. So it's in the exploration phase. And I mentioned these, they have varying degrees of demand on staff. This one is pretty heavy on both the Public Works Engineering Department and the Community Services Department in terms of staff time. The second one's one example where it's not really staff heavy. The gate at the entrance to the Baylands used to be manually opened and in the morning, still is, and then closed manually in the evening. The contract that we did that with is expired. We got rid of it as a cost saving measure. And in the interim, we've asked for other departments to help out when they can, manually closing that gate in the evenings. It doesn't always work. And so this is to automate that gate so that we can have it closed in the evenings every time. That's an example of the CIP that's really not very heavy staff dependence. Some of these are old projects that haven't got across the finish line. The Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan is one of those. The next one, Boulware Park, is a large scale park improvement project. Peter Jensen is going to be leading that one. It's got a lot of the master plan elements in it. Park acquisition, right? Park, we purchased and dedicated parkland, which joined part of that park. We've got a dog park, we've got a park restroom, we've got native pollinator plants going in there. A lot of master plan elements went into this one. I think it's a great example of We did learn from our master plan. We did take action in putting into a CIP plan, and now we're taking action to implement it. It's an exciting one. Cameron Park's smaller park improvement project. It's a good example of ones that's done by Community Services Department. The larger scale projects like the aforementioned Bullware, typically led by our public works engineer, Peter, and some of our colleagues from that department. So Cameron will be led by my group. It's a smaller one, around 200,000, mainly just the playground and some small amenities. Coverly Field Westerns is coming. You've heard about that. Presenting to you before. Our turf replacement at El Camino Park coming done. That's have reached its 8-year lifespan, so it's now due for replacement. The foothills were on the Lake Dock. This has been on the agenda for CIPs for quite some time and often gets pushed out. You'll see that. It's usually between a couple factors that lead to that. One is there's no staff time to implement. That's probably the most common, and that's partly the case here, and partly the case is we have certain money that we put towards repairs to extend the lifespan of an asset. So it reached the end of its lifespan. We found little techniques and extra money to put towards repairs to extend it out a little bit longer. And so we've done that for that project, but now it's due. We're going to aim for this fiscal year to work on that. The Foothills Park improvement project. This is an exciting one. This is primarily aimed at addressing the changes in the preserve that happened when we opened to the public. So all of a sudden our population visitation went way up and it changed the use patterns. And we recognize this park was really well formatted for 1965, when you might have had a far smaller number of visitors. But now that we have so many more coming in, we really need to make sure we've got a pedestrian pathway to get people off the road, that we've got fencing in the right ways to protect our natural areas, and that these sort of antiquated parking areas that are ill-defined are more defined and effective. So just an update on that. That will be coming to the PRC relatively soon. Peter, Mega, and our team are working collectively on that, and hopefully we'll have some plans not too far from now where we can present it to you. Golf course netting. There's a section of between the golf course and the airport where balls are going in and hitting planes. They've requested this for quite some time, and finally are going to make that happen. Golf course mitigation monitoring. We talked a little bit about that. It's an area where the city is really behind, my group in particular, in the obligatory monitoring that was part of the renovation of that golf course in 2018. And so this puts money towards that, and we're going to be putting a lot of staff time to try to correct our deficiency there. The Mitchell Park Dog Park project that has come to the PRC already, so now it's the implementation period. It's really a matter of backlog on that one. So we had the Cameron Park, Ramos Park, waiting to get to purchasing, lots of bidding challenges, put some of those projects out to bid 3 times, and either the bids were not adequate, meaning that the person bidding on it, the group bidding on it, didn't have the right credentials, or the prices were way out of our price range. And so it's been really challenging. It takes a long time to get through the bidding process as is, and when it doesn't work and you have to do it 3 times, it's challenging. So it creates a backlog. Mitchell Park Dog Park is coming after Cameron and Ramos, and then we'll do that one. The Piers Park Improvement Project is coming soon. Ramos, as I mentioned before, the Ring Canal Restroom Project. This has come to the commission before too, so that will happen in FY24. And lastly, the Obelisk Park. It's a lot of projects for a very small amount of staff to implement. And we always get asked this question, both by council and the commission, boy, this is ambitious. Do you really think you're going to get to it? And the answer is always the same, that we're going to give it our best effort. It's likely that some of these might not, and they might find their way onto the FY25 capital plan as well. But if everything, I always tell them, if everything goes exactly right, and there's no hiccups, we can do it. It's rare that that's the case, but we're gonna give it our best shot.
And is there any way that we can know sort of the projected time on each one of these? I know it's dependent on bidding, and gosh, I understand how bad it's been and everything, but you know, we see presentations and we think that the dog park is moving ahead, or it's not moving ahead, and you say to some dog owner, gosh, and you know, and it's nothing happens.
Yeah.
So is there a way that the commission can have more knowledge? I know it's tough to put in a timeline.
Yeah, I
Can we
can't.
Can we integrate this status into the action plan?
Yeah.
And we just review the.
We're making lots of updates because it just seems that a lot of them are out of our control, like that 3 bidding thing, right? That tax on like 6 months or more. And it wasn't anticipated. I thought we'd be going after that first bid. It's an example where I had a projected timeline in mind. Bidding process went awry. And I find myself 6 months later still trying to get a contract. So I can give our best guess and then just know that those are loose times predicated on things I can't control.
Let's tagging into that, can you, when you're building a timeline based on, well, I assume you guys have also defined the priorities for these, right? And there's different staff and departments that are involved. And there's probably some overlapping projects, like public works or whatever that group might be. So I mean, I would assume they have kind of a project plan that they're using, and factored into that would be the bidding process and all of the players who are involved in that. That kind of gives you, I guess, more a realistic timeline as to when you can expect that to be completed. Because I think what Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Groves is saying is that basically we might get asked those types of questions based on a project that the public knows is happening, and knowing that we're in a commission is, so what's happening the next?
Yeah.
And I guess if you could go out to a realistic timeline, or even, I guess, the public, a time, I don't know, make it available to the public, but it should be something that's almost like a living document. It changes based on, the weather can change things too, and, contract is going on strike, and that type of thing can happen too. So I think it is pretty important to have some type of timeline involved.
I struggle with that. You're absolutely right. The public has a right to know, the commission has a right to know, here's when we think we're gonna do a given project. When I put one out a date, even if it's just a season and I miss it grossly, people attach that like it's in stone.
Yeah.
You said, Darren Anderson, this would be done in fall of such year, and I miss it. They get very upset with me. And I could still do that. We could go for that. We just have to know these things are very slippery and move a lot.
I think all projects move
Yeah,
some fashion, and you there's a wiggle room in
Yeah.
all of those, right? And so you try and do your best
yeah,
estimate based on what that timeline is, and if it's being delayed as a result of something that you can explain that.
yeah.
The 4 months of weather, I mean, of rain, no one's really expected that. And
Right.
There's not much you can do even after the rain, because if it involves a fill, you gotta wait for the fill to dry and those types of things.
True.
And the public can understand those types of things happening because they're living it as well. So
Yeah.
I think as long as you have a timeline where you can provide some kind of qualifications of why it's not happening, I think it would probably help us.
Would it be helpful if instead of like a timeline, we keep changing at our meetings, there was a list of these priorities with some sort of,
Scheduling.
yeah, like not
So-
a schedule, but status.
Okay.
Status, still in process,
Mhm.
looking at bids, bids
Yeah.
examined, I don't know, just something that is very general, doesn't exactly have a date, but have some level of information.
I think that's a great point. I was thinking maybe, Darren, it would be possible, maybe during the department report, just using this as like a
Yeah,
frame.
that's where-
And if there are updates, it's not gonna be updates on every single one, every meeting. If there are updates, that would be a great time to provide them, just so that we're aware and then the public.
Yep, I can do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I guess if you set a milestone for each time frame, maybe it's also help you or help the public to understand where this is accomplishable or not.
Yeah.
I think that gets back to Darren's point of putting a date in place and then setting yourself up for.
Yeah.
Negative feedback.
But having a list that the department reports and just saying Bayland for still being investigated or going through CICLA or being, just the status, where
Yeah.
we're at, so we know, and if it's not, we can answer.
Yeah, it sounds like if there were some way to create a dashboard.
Yeah.
It was just general status on this thing.
Yeah, that's true.
No,
Maybe that's something that, one or two commission members could take up, project to work on.
more than happy.
And I'm glad to start with the department report as a place to say, here's a snapshot of where we're at, different things. It's great.
Okay.
Wait a minute, just volunteer.
We haven't- We're going to be identifying our ad hocs days on
Your fingers and then.
but here,
My life.
it's on public record.
Some other priority projects that we've got, these are often initiatives that the commission's already moving, like skate park. I've noted the parking analysis, that's the next step. So we've got a conceptual design from the skate park group. And now it's to see if parking is necessary, given the draw that this specific design park would pull in. So I've got a list of consultants to reach out to, and I've got funding for this, so now it's just getting them on board and getting them going. I anticipate that to be fairly short term, like less than 3 months is my hope.
So what else would be, what else related to the skate park would be a priority for this coming year?
Yeah, the ad hoc, the current existing ad hoc, and I discussed that just a little bit in terms of, do we need a new ad hoc for that? Where do we see that? Maybe we can discuss more when we get to that piece. But we're thinking there might not be a lot of tasks that the PRC would have to do that for that, but we can get more into that one. Our e-bike policy, so we spent a lot of time recently with staff in the ad hoc and the commission developing that. And we committed to coming back and re-examining that. It's a dynamic and changing and evolving recreation. And I think we got to stay on top of what our other agencies are doing and how it's working in our preserves. So that'll be an ongoing thing that we need to spend time on. Our partnership development, develop our partnership with First Tee on the driving range improvements. We're having discussions with them ongoing, but it's been fairly slow going. We really need to invest more time with them to sit down at the table and start moving that and making things happen. Of course, continue offering diverse programs. Our recreation department works hard to do that. Re-examining our court policy use. So we just had a court policy development and we made headway there, providing more access for pickleball, particularly in the evenings. And we committed at the 6-month mark of that being in place to come back and do more evaluation. How is this working? So that'll be something an ad hoc and staff continue to spend time on. And then some key filling of positions. We've talked before about our lack of coaches and how that impacts our ability to offer programs, in particular around middle school athletics and teen center activities. We need to fill those positions and recruit. We haven't had a lot of success there for a number of years. It's just a difficult one. And we need to dedicate time for that because it's such an impactful role by having people fill those positions. More kids get to participate, which is what we want. And then lastly, we've got a big position to fill this division manager of open space parks and golf. That'll help do a lot of the kind of projects we just talked about, as well as just kind of fill some voids where our limited staffing are falling behind.
And that position, that's your position you held prior to becoming an assistant.
That's right, yeah. It's been vacant for about 4 years.
Is it like, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so you said hiring early coaches for recreation programs. I'm just wondering, how does that tie in with the programs that, the public goes on to log on for example, the summer programs?
It is those programs like middle school athletic, but it limits the number of offerings we can have by virtue of how many coaches we can recruit. Yeah, that's one of the most restrictive elements, unfortunately, is getting staff on there.
Yes, and related to the question, you said there's like vacant position for a long time. Is it because lack of talent or like
For the division manager one or
Yeah,
the coaches?
both of them? Yeah.
The coaches, I don't think it's lack of talent. I think, I don't know. That's a complicated one. I'm not sure I know the answer to. The second one, I know we didn't offer it. So it was just more of a cost saving thing that,
Mm,
yeah, we filled a assistant director position. I moved from this position into the assistant director and this just stayed vacant. Yeah, so we made do with the number of staff we had.
I think there's a lot of factors that play into the problems with the first, the coaches, et cetera. It's part-time work, it's not perhaps not the most accessible time of the day for people to be available. The pay is the compensation is not particularly high, probably.
I'm wondering if, so the resources from Stanford students or graduate students are be something we can connect with Stanford.
I think so. I think we've got to get creative. In fact, I think Vice Mayor Stone had suggested maybe we be reaching out to the senior community, maybe they
Yeah.
could fill these roles and have
Yeah.
more availability, which is a good
Yeah.
idea.
That's true too.
I think we've got to do more
Yeah.
to find a way.
Not working right now.
It's not working, right?
so do we have like a specific criteria for that?
For the coaching.
Yeah,
I do know there are certain levels of experience that they need for parts, and maybe it's looser in others, so there's training. I have to dig in a little bit more with our rec staff to understand that.
So there's a job description posted on the website.
Yeah, I think they've steadily recruited nonstop for that, as I understand.
Wow.
Yeah,
Maybe we could forward to people.
sure.
To our networks and help you.
All right, now looking at the priorities more specifically. City council's city council's 4 stated priorities are listed on the left for the current calendar year. 2 of these align very directly with the Parks and Recreation Commission review. 2 of them are for the most part not applicable. I think there's a couple of aspects of each of the priorities that do apply. I think both climate change and natural environment are different aspects that apply, and safety and health are different aspects that apply. And when I say just different aspects, some of these aspects may apply to some programs and projects. That's why I kind of separated them out. The primary difference in city council's priorities is natural environment was added. Otherwise, the priorities are about the same. Our priorities are listed on the far right, which Vice Chair already referred to in her presentation. And so kind of the starting point for us is looking at these priorities from last year. To what extent do we want these to carry over to next year? Do we want to make any changes to them? Do we want to add a new priority or remove one of these priorities? And it's a good place for a starting conversation now. If anybody has any comments. Okay, let's start with the first priority. Maximize recreation opportunities, considering available resources. I think the primary priority here is maximize recreation opportunities. And then we added a little qualifier there afterwards to say that let's be realistic about this. Any comments on how we like that the past year, or how we'd like to move it forward, we might like to change.
Well, I think, I think when you, what we have considering available resources, I think. Going back to Darren's presentation, with the priorities that we established for the city based on the resources that you have available. Would be not, would be maybe change that considering available resources. That's defined. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how can we align that with the priorities that Aaron and his group have expanded. That those are resources that would be kind of, I guess, needed for any, projects that we might be looking at. Based on what's in the work plan.
So based on staff's priorities are predetermined to a large extent on CIP funding with from the budget. Given that, do we want to adjust our desire to maximize the opportunities to take into consideration, or is it sufficient that available resources, resources you need is primarily two things. It's funding and it's manpower. And I know we're aware of it. Perhaps there's a surprise to some, or it's a little less intuitive. The more valuable resource for us of late is staff time, staff resources, and funding to an extent is less an issue. So I think we're covered. I'm interested in, this has been a hearing, if you think that there's anything that we need to change there.
As I interpret the available resources, I'm incorporating staff time and other projects that we've got and funding, all those things too. So that's how I was interpreting.
So that would be pulling people into meetings, whether they do weekly, monthly, or whatever.
Well, at least recognizing that staff have, various commitments and workloads, and we fit this in as best we can.
And do some of your staff find cross into other commissions, or is it just?
Seldomly, but on occasion, yeah.
So, good. I have some hesitation about the word maximize, and I was hoping to have more question of diverse recreation opportunities and programming rather than maximize, because maximize, what we've seen in the past year is like there's different groups and they want more of what their particular sport or interest is. And it's really hard to maximize, and we have very limited resources and space. So I would just.
How about optimize?
Optimize is better. I would just I wouldn't want to see more programs and recreation offered. And the programs comes in the second in terms of equity, access, and inclusion, totally proper. But I'm also looking for more diversification in the programs that we're offering and recreation. So I'm okay with balance, but I would like to have recreation and programming.
How about optimize recreation opportunities and diversity, diversification?
Why not just offer diverse recreation opportunities? Diversify.
Diverse is that word. Probably diverse.
Offer diverse recreation opportunities. Optimized for
Optimize diverse recreation opportunities. Darren, can you start typing that into first?
I can't type it and share.
Yeah, type it in here.
Oh, it can, no. If I click on it and goes to the next screen. Okay. But what I can do is ask, I was taking notes, so I'll capture that. And or if you have a separate Word doc,
Let me bring this up 1 second.
I'll keep sharing, and what we'll do is type on another doc where I'll be writing it down.
I think what I'm trying
Actually,
to,
yeah, I was just saying.
What I'm-
So we can go to this sheet for
what I'm trying to get away from is the issue that we had with tennis and pickleball, which both are legit. We need to provide for both, but people come and say, oh, there's more people using this court for pickleball than tennis, so kick the tennis people out. Now, I'm not suggesting that, you know, that it's not correct that there's more people per square foot and time using pickleball, but I still think we need to offer both. So saying diverse captured both and maximize may not. That was my concern.
Excuse me, Javad, could you do the customization in this section below for FY 24? No, yeah, there.
So this is where I'm gonna be.
Yeah, that's where you want to be entering these stuff. You can start by copying the old stuff.
So how about offer diverse recreation opportunities, optimizing available resources? Actually, offer diverse recreation opportunities, optimizing available resources. But that means optimizing both staff resources, but also space.
Sort of similar thoughts, but also how could we tie up with community safety and health while creating a diverse program? So hypothetically, say we have meditation class in a park, doesn't need more space, just on the lawns. How would we address that?
I think that's captured on a diverse, right?
Yeah, it's captured that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
We
To
need to
capture.
highlight to increase the community health or not? And that's, it's a question and a statement, because I don't know how in the past the verbiage is developed according to these priorities. And also in terms of diverse as well, the increase of Asian community, maybe offering Tai Chi classes, etc. It's also good for community health.
So something like offer diverse recreational opportunities that promote.
Community
Yeah.
safety. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that
Or
sounds good,
well-being, health
Yeah,
and well-being,
yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, that sounds good.
My own minor observation is that there's no kind of like descriptive word like how we have maximize for equity. It doesn't really say what are we doing with equity, it doesn't say what we're doing with biodiversity. So that was my only comment.
So do we have to, I sort of resonate to that too, if we put it in a more concrete level, equity access inclusion for program for, I don't know, for seniors, but do we have to pour out certain?
I think it's for everyone, right?
For everyone, yeah, for everyone, yeah. That's true. For all the community members.
Provide equity, access and inclusion. We
Or
offer,
advance.
provide, and then the last one. Yeah.
Promote,
Promote. Advances.
I like advance a lot.
Yeah, like advance.
Advance is good. And the last one, I don't know if we need the word there.
Improve. Or
Enhance.
enhance.
Yeah. I think so. We lost the change, climate change, we lost a couple of
The GE.
spelling.
Thank you.
Well, we don't, it's maybe take, it's kind of weird, you don't enhance climate change, so.
Also.
We
staying
may-
on
Maybe
upward.
we need to enhance the biodiversity and combat climate change. Well, We can also enhance climate change resilience, so.
Yeah.
everybody-
Resilience instead of,
Yeah,
if you.
yes, then we use one word.
Let's capitalize that.
I think the safety and health is still missing.
Yeah, do we need to call it out? I think I agree, might be worthwhile to call it out.
I don't think so. I
No,
think the diverse is, it gives us a broad brush.
Get rid of the after enhance. Yeah. And when we decide to use a comma before the ampersand or not. Is this something?
So
Let's put a comma after parks, a comma after sustainability. Or
do you want to add to the recreation opportunities in public health? I mean, that's,
Health and well-being,
and what?
health and well-being, so some,
And-
that
and-
covers like mental health.
and promoting, optimizing available resources and promoting
community health and wellness. Yes.
or should that. That's part of the same priority, yes.
No, I think the promoting community health and well-being belongs before the optimizing available. Although you don't want to optimize resources for well-being, that's kind of a high priority, so. I'm a little. How do you word it?
Optimize available resources. To offer diverse recreation opportunities and promote community health and wellness.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So optimize. First one becomes optimize. Here is a comma after resources. To, put in the word to.
Promote.
Okay,
That sounds good.
You make it resilience to climate change instead of climate change resilience.
I like climate change resilience better.
Go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we can call
Not
it,
gonna insist on that.
Yeah.
I think it just,
Feels better.
I don't think it's ambiguous. You know, in quotes.
Okay.
Okay. In the past, we've considered the projects we'd be working on and looking to see how they would align under our new priorities. I'm not sure that that's necessary. If we're happy with these, we could have a motion to adopt these. Do we need to have available in front of resources? Is that
We don't.
redundant?
Would be better out.
Yeah.
Resources aren't available. They're not resources.
Yeah, yeah, great.
Do we need to say? Do we need to say offer, can we be optimizing resources as optimizing resources for recreation opportunities?
I think it does need an offer.
Or
We
maybe
have the
say-
other words there, so this kind of,
Maybe for diversify recreation.
Say it again.
If we said optimize resources to diversify, would that work? Without the offer.
No, I think. I think we want to, I think. To me, diverse means a broad range,
Right.
whereas diversify suggests that there's a problem to.
Okay, yeah,
address.
that's true.
I would only take that comma out.
Which one?
Yeah, after opportunity.
Fine.
I like it.
Because it's two things, they're not like, it just, if you guys like to come up with it, I just feel like it doesn't belong
English, my
there.
second language, I leave it to the chair. Vice chair.
I think the comma helps separate. Confusion between the and between community health and wellness.
Okay, I think they're equally important, so I kind of like to see them together.
And
And
so
by
she'd
the
like to
way,
comment.
Commissioner Wade, it's my second language too.
Yeah.
We have 3 women here with English as a second language.
All in favor of a comma?
It's a big
Are we splitting here?
I think we're done. You can put the comma back if you like, and we'll be done with it.
That's what a comma opportunity is. Okay,
I'll make the motion that we accept these new recreation parks and recreation commissions. Priorities as on the board now.
thank you for the motion. Before we do that, can I suggest that we get rid of the ampersands and just put in and? Can you repeat that again? Replace the ampersands
and open space. Yeah.
What else I say?
and above and below.
All right.
Commissioner Kleinhaus, would you look at the motion?
Yeah, sure. Same motion, only with this language.
Thank you.
And I'll second.
Thank you. Bob, we'll call it, please. Chair Greenfield. Yes. Vice Chair Brown.
Yes.
Commissioner Cribs.
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman.
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhaus.
Yes.
Commissioner Oche.
Yes.
And Commissioner Way.
Yes.
Chair, that's a 7-0 vote. Thank you. Let's take a break.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are back. We have successfully established our priorities for the coming fiscal year. Thank you, everyone. And now we'll work to establish and assign our ad hoc committees and liaison roles for the coming fiscal year. This is an action, and we'll start by taking a look at our previous ad hoc liaison roles and then see where we go from there. I'm going to share screen. And I did check previously to see if there were any members of the public to speak on the previous item, or not. And I don't see any attendees at the moment as well. Share. And you read that. Stop share. So I have met previously with the vice chair and with Darren to try to get a little bit of a head start on this, to optimize our time here. But we'll go through and talk about the existing roles from last year and talk about how we'd like to move forward with them this year. Okay, so these are the ad hocs that we had last year. Including the members, the staff liaison, and some notes. I'll start with this kind of commenting on some of the considerations that we had as a group. For the CIP review, we want to continue with the CIP review, but our thought is that this could get folded into a master plan review ad hoc. Based on a lot of discussion we had previously about the action plan and the direct relationship to the CIP plan. Does that sound okay with everyone? Does anyone have any, does that not sound like a good idea to anyone, or any other ideas? Okay, next one. We had an electric conveyances policy ad hoc, as Darren alluded. This is the e-bike policy. This is not something that's complete, and we need to continue to monitor this. So a note that I added just to kind of give a general idea of where it seems like an appropriate role for this ad hoc would be to monitor, review, and recommend both bicycle and e-bike access policy. We were directed by City Council when they considered our e-bike recommendation to look into areas in open space, in our open space preserves where bicycles are currently permitted. This would be the Pearson Rastadero Preserve and the Baylands Nature Preserve, where bicycles are generally allowed everywhere.
Recording in progress. Sorry.
Turn your speaker on. So I think it's important that we continue with an e-bike ad hoc, but also open up its scope to consider both bikes and e-bikes. I don't know. In general, I think we're looking at reviewing this access in open space. I don't know that we'd want to I don't know, we want to limit ourselves to open space, as opposed to parks as well, so I thought it might be better not to state open space in case there's something that comes up related to parks, it seems appropriate.
So when you're saying monitor and review, we're also talking about any collaboration with other agencies as well.
Yep. And we can expand language to
I
include that.
understood the language from of what the city council discussion was. They weren't looking to expand bike use,
They were. the
right?
general-
Like in Iran here, for example, they weren't looking to see if foothills should be open to bicycle and trails. That didn't seem to be one of the things they were looking for. It seems like mostly they're looking at some of the narrower trails at the Restradero and whether bicycles should be excluded in some of those trails. Yes, that was my impression. So I think
Yes,
they, as we look into a continuing work on that, I don't know how you want to phrase it, but we're not looking to open foothills to
no,
bicycles.
and this will be reflected in the work plan associated with, but just to review what we're doing with all of this. We're talking about the ad hocs that we're going to create right now, and what we've done in the past, which I think makes sense, is each of the ad hocs and the work that they're going to be taking on will feed directly into the work plan item. The only the exception to that was the website refresh. We didn't include a work plan item for because city council didn't include that. But in general, any work that's significant enough for us to create an ad hoc for it, it's a work plan item. So all these details will get flushed out in the work plan discussion, which hopefully we'll have time to get to after we finish the second part ad hoc. So let's focus for the moment on the ad hocs we're going to create. Let's not get too caught up in the details of what each ad hoc will be related to. Funding opportunities. I'm wondering, I feel like funding opportunities have created their primary, they've completed the primary task at hand in terms of adding information to the website and identifying processes. I don't know if we need to continue an ad hoc for this, or if it would be sufficient to move this to a 1 or 2 person liaison role. And then when we get to that, we can talk about what we have a liaison role that's associated with funding partners. So maybe it's a 2-person, it becomes a 1 or 2 person liaison role that's funding partners and opportunities or funding or something. And do you have thoughts on whether you think that should be continuing as an ad hoc or a 1 or 2 person liaison?
Well, I actually think it could go either way, because we did do the things that we set out to do in terms of setting up a process or processes for the city in terms of enjoying catalog and the website. But the one piece that's missing is anything to do about grants and how we would organize a process where the city could take advantage of potential grants. And there's the 2 pieces to it. It takes a lot of energy to do a grant. It takes a lot of energy to monitor the grant and to report on it. But there are a number of grants available that I think we could qualify for. So I don't want to lose that part. That was a big part of our work plan last year. We didn't necessarily do much on it, but so it's not very conclusive, sorry.
Yeah, I get one way to think about it is, do we think that we would come up with a work plan item associated with grants that's prioritized and achievable this year?
I think maybe we should do that, and then we could either stop talking about it and say, we're incapable of doing a grant process, and so let's not talk about it anymore, or we could move forward with a prescription for grant programs.
Can we get staff's opinion on what that, how beneficial that would be, or something that's being handled on a staff?
Do you have resources to support something that would be accomplishable?
Yeah, I mean, I can share about a little bit about the process right now. So how the city becomes aware of different grants. We've got people on the lookout for them all the time, including our very helpful commissioner site. Frequently get FYI, there's a great one that might be applicable to skate park or gyms or buying parkland, that kind of thing. And we have different resources in the city that are also tracking those grants, and they share them with the relevant departments. So awareness is one that I think we're pretty good on, maybe not great, but pretty good. The second is capacity to apply for them. The way it works right now is we're incredibly selective. Like there's a project that's 99% gonna happen. Let's pursue grant funding for that. Meaning I'm not chasing one that'd be nice to have, but we're gonna do that project. Council gave me direction, ready to go. Most recent example was the eucalyptus tree removal. I got direction from council to do that. I applied for a grant from CAL FIRE. We were very competitive. We did not get selected. We're doing another grant for same project through a different agency right now. But I mean, it's just a handful in my time with the city, excuse me, that I've done that with. So we're not doing enough, I think, is part of the answer. The real key to your question is, do we have capacity to go after more? I think so, not a ton, but I think we could. And would it be helpful if we had an ad hoc and staff work on it? Probably. I think, to be honest, that's kind of a little prod for staff to work on things that are really important, but maybe it's a stretch and hard to accomplish. I'm hemming and hawing a little bit, but yeah, I think in general, I think it's good.
Would this be more appropriate to develop as a liaison role first?
I think so. Yeah,
I would love to see it for next year develop as an ad hoc, to see if an ad hoc could put some work into it, just to define sort of a process and that kind of thing, and then maybe have one staff member drop in and out of the whole thing, because occasionally a grant comes along that you can make a program for. So there's the flipping that on its other side as well. And we've talked about it for a long time, and I feel like we haven't taken, the commission hasn't taken advantage of the opportunity. So I feel like we could do it one more year and see if it works, and if it doesn't work, well, we can get rid of it.
yeah. Just adding to that, something that we haven't talked about in the past, but our partner groups are often grant applicants, and they partner with us in terms of, hey, Dan, would you write a letter saying you support this? So Grassroots Ecology applies for many grants for restoration projects, that kind of thing. And we're helping in regards to getting planning approval and letters of rec, that kind of stuff. Maybe we tie in that too. Yeah.
The nonprofit that I work for, we are often asked to write letters of recommendations or for grants, usually state grants for cities or other agencies like the water district. And I would say send about 2 or 3 of those a month, like a lot of them. And in Palo Alto, occasionally there were projects that asked for it. We don't always write them, but there was the horizontal levy as an example. I think we ended up not writing that one, but the public works seems to be aware of a lot of grants, and they actually apply for many grants. And so I would want to see the city, and I'm not volunteering for any advocacy on this, but look for grants for restoration that are not completely depending on the priorities of the nonprofits partners. And that may be for trees, it may be for an urban forest, it may be for restoration projects in the Baylands that are much bigger than the capacity of either Save the Bay or Grassroots Ecology. They're public works projects, and they have to come together with the city parks and
So I think we're getting a bit in the weeds as far as trying to establish whether we treat this as an ad hoc. I do have a question in terms of what a achievable task for the ad hoc would be in a work plan. Or would a liaison will be more appropriate for that? But I don't know if you want to try and answer that before we move on or not.
I'm open. I think the key ones would be identify criteria the city could support, meaning if there's matching funds that the city has funds available, or are we strictly chasing grants that don't have matching fund requirements, and then staff support ongoing through the duration of the project. Those would be some of the key criteria that we'd have to have, in my mind,
excuse me, Javad, would you be able to take down some notes on this? Just to have separately that we'll be able to feed back into our work plan discussion.
You want me to share the screen?
No, I want to just take notes on the cell.
Well, I think it would be a lot more fun to work on this as a three-person ad hoc that would have it be a liaison.
So it could be a two-person. I hear what you're saying. Look, it's,
I could volunteer if necessary. Yeah. I've done nonprofit with grants, but not really writing grants, but aware what's available and
okay,
process.
let's look at it as a kind of a park dedication. We completed our work on recommendation regarding Baylands Measure E site. We have a Bureau Park easement to follow up on, just a small parcel that will be added to parkland. And there was directive from city council to move forward with a more general site review for considering potential land for park dedication. That was during the discussion of the Measure E site item at city council. I don't know that we have a specific directive regarding Measure E for this coming year. I don't think that's something that would be included in our work plan. I think that the city needs to do some further analysis before that becomes a consideration. So I think this is appropriate to continue to keep as an ad hoc. It could be a two-person ad hoc. Potentially. Any comments? Racket court policy. We made a big, a significant policy update this past year. I'm wondering if this is something that could be moved to liaison rule for monitor.
I don't think so. I think we still are gonna look at a lot of discussion between tennis and pickleball as it should be. And I think that there are some issues that need to be looked at in terms of the tennis courts. And I also think that that ad hoc could work on the tennis lighting situation to increase the number of playable hours.
And evaluation as to what's not.
Oh, and the committee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And whether or not there's any additional locations that could be
Mhm.
considered for that purpose.
Okay,
Convinced you.
so there's not necessarily.
Let's try.
What I'm concerned about is what we're going to end up with, the number of ad hocs.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, recreation projects, the advice from staff was that so in the past, recreation projects was potentially encompassing 4 different pillars: skate park, gym, wellness center, first tee, golf program, and the development of 10.5 acres of Baylands. The sense from staff is that the first 2 projects, the skate park and the gym wellness center, have progressed to the point where they're worthy of each having their own ad hoc. And that the other 2 items, that the first tee could be folded into the golf liaison role,
Mhm.
and that we can add a 10.5 acres liaison if anything happens on that. And anyone's thoughts on creating separate ad hocs for the wellness center, gym, and skate park here?
I spoke just a little bit earlier, maybe Commissioner Cripps, you'd rather talk about it. but-
No, but go ahead.
Yeah, we were just speaking with the current ad hoc about maybe the skate park would be a liaison, given its current status. Wellness center certainly seems applicable for an ad hoc to me. And then I agree that 10.5 would be a good liaison in case we make a headway there. Yeah.
Okay. So you agree with that, Ann?
The 10.5 needs to go together with the mitigation in the golf course. And it's not really about the sport of the golf course or the youth programs, it's about the parts that are not complete.
why would you? Why would you not look at it as being sort of a separate ad hoc in itself? Because by making it that way, it becomes, I think, a lot broader. Because you're not locking it into anything specific.
And liaison doesn't lock, so I'm not sure.
Well, I think there may be two different roles. One, it's. I don't know how likely it is there's going to be any action on 10.5 acres in next year. But the thought is that that's really the person that's monitoring and working with groups that are potentially looking to bring forward a development plan for the area. And I know there's opinions on developing the area versus preserving the area and impacts for development. But that's generally what the role of the 10.5 is.
So the surveys that were done in the past related to that. And, pretty much. More than one outcome that people wanted to see.
Okay, I'm gonna
I'm
table.
not sure how to deal with that one.
I'm gonna table this for now as we're focusing on ad hocs first. And so we will move away from we'll set up a gym wellness center ad hoc and other roles will go to be somewhat TBD.
Well, we did have a chance to talk about this before. Sorry, I couldn't connect with you, but we talked a little bit, Nelson and I, in general, about a liaison role for the Gym Wellness Center rather than an ad hoc role, because then the liaison would have a reporting function back from the friends of the center, which has already been developed. And then we wouldn't necessarily need to have the ad hoc continue to meet. We felt like that maybe made more sense, that it would be like the aquatics liaison. Or like another kind of liaison. So I don't know how you feel about that.
And I think you would look at it as you would any other friends group. That the groundswell or the initiative starts from the friends level, and so. The PRC would be more or less on with that, more so than participating as an ad hoc. I mean, because it's already, like you said, it's already a work in progress. So, and as it is with the skate park, so it sort of falls under the same umbrella.
So it'd be like, it would be like the Recreation Foundation, maybe, but either way. So. Just a thought.
Other people's thoughts?
There.
The people that would make it, the ad hoc is asking for it. I'm like, who else would be on that? I don't know. So I go for it.
I'm going to say that as well. I think I go with, whatever the previous ad hoc
So-
comments.
So would you have any comments, man?
I just, I mean, if the liaison has specific. If for this project, there are specific achievable goals that we need to accomplish this year, then it does make more sense than ad hoc, and we should kind of keep it in that role, just for transparency and so that there can be, we can make sure that the number of ad hocs also correlates with the availability of staff time. But if it really is just connecting with the friends group, then I agree, it makes more sense to the liaison role, but I guess I am unclear of like everything was accomplished that needs to be sort of work plan wise done. And or if there was another year of outreach or things outside of liaising with the friends group that needed to be done. So I don't know the answer to that.
And
Maybe I could share just a little
Yeah.
from the staff perspective. Kristen O'Kane, the director of CSD, and I are eager to start helping and help guide the way in partnership with Friends Group to say, here's the roadmap we kind of envision for this process to the city. Certain amount of outreach consistent with city policies and practices. Just our normal methodology when we add something like this, the amount of outreach and the process we go through. And Chris and I were hoping to lay that out, but we haven't had time. We had hoped to have that already and we're behind schedule. And I apologize to the ad hoc for that. Kristen explained at the last check-in we had with the ad hoc that we were targeting mid-June for freeing up time to help do that effort. When we get to that point, I could see an ad hoc being helpful. I certainly respect and understand the current ad hoc's perspective that maybe a liaison would be more appropriate. I think we'd know more come June.
Well,
So I'm not sure what to say.
just to be consistent, maybe then we keep the ad hoc for now. And relook at it. We could always change it. I don't think it's a big deal to change from the ad hoc to the liaison. Maybe it should be.
Well, I think if we create an ad hoc, we should create a work plan associated with it. On a higher level, a primary goal in the master plan is to create a gym, mental wellness center. And so the question I have in terms of, is this an ad hoc or a liaison role? What role does the commission, do we foresee the commission playing in this planning process in the coming year in terms of actions and recommendations that would come before the commission and actions and definable work plan tasks that will be on the commission?
The site, potentially.
The site is, I mean, to me, it seems like there is enough that's not determined that there should be commission and community input unless the plans from the Friends group and the group developing the project, unless they need more time to define things before getting public and commission input. But that wasn't my sense.
I would suggest they would follow typical stuff that we do for large scale improvements like the JMZ, where we have multiple check-ins, especially if we're targeting parkland. So you can count on the fact there's going to be a park improvement ordinance, regular reviews, the possibility of having the PRC serve as a public community check-in point, as we get to different nuances and levels of review. So I think those things are what I would foresee the PRC's role in this. Just like we would with any large scale.
So following more of the JMC model.
That's what I kind of envision. I mean, from the SAP perspective, how we want to utilize the PRC is exactly that. So we build support from the community as we go. Is the spot right? Have you done enough community outreach? And we have the soundboard of the PRC to help inform those. Are we making the right choices? The amenities included, are they right? Just keep checking in and getting approvals, recommendations as we go is how I would.
Is that how the JMC?
Yeah, it's a little different than the JMC's, not in a park, but yeah, there were check-ins on the JMC too, but. That's how I was thinking of it, but as I said, Kristen and I still need to do a planning endeavor and I was hoping to work with our existing ad hoc and kind of talk that through and figure it out, just to get there in time.
If it's related to a park site, that seems pretty core for the Parks Commission to be directly involved with.
It's in the Parks Master Plan.
Yeah.
Definitely is there.
Yeah. We want to get this done.
I think once there's. It seems like there should be an ad hoc involved until council has approved the plan, and then it goes into more. Of a applying mode. But that's my thoughts, but
We could check in with Greer too, see what he thinks.
Right.
Wonderful.
So for the moment, I like your idea of keeping it as an ad hoc for now.
Yeah.
And then later. I guess we need to decide between now and our next meeting at the end of May, when we just establish our work plan, if we're going to create a work plan. And I don't know if that. Yeah, it sounds like we might not have more staff input before then.
No, they know what they have to, they know what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen until after that June date.
Yeah, maybe I can just ask the department head what her thoughts are on this prior to, I can certainly do that prior to our main meeting and get her perspective.
Okay,
Ad hoc versus things.
all right. Urban forestry, I think we need to keep it ad hoc focused on the tree ordinance update, implementation of tree ordinance update, and communication and outreach. That's potentially a 2-person ad hoc. Or 3. The website refresh, I think certainly those 2 liaison role. Liaison role before. So we're not gonna end up with a skate park. It's gonna be well the center gym. Rocket port policy will continue. Funding opportunities will continue. Change the CIP review to be a master plan review.
You want to change it to grant funding
Yes.
opportunities, given that.
Yes. Grant opportunities.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And rocket port policy, we got some definition on. That in addition to that, I've spoken with Darren and Nellis about creating a playing field policy and projects. Take on a number of tasks. One, it would be working on working with staff to help identify the best methodology for replacing turf fields. We have it will be in the next 2 capital budgets this coming year at El Camino Park and the following year at Mayfield. We have had some problems with, so I think that's some more eyes could be helpful to assist staff on this. Also, we haven't reviewed the policy considerations for the fields and field program. Here's what would be great to have Adam Howard joining us to get his input. But a few things that have come to mind is the process for releasing fields. The reservation process works pretty well, but the process clubs can reserve fields and release them at a late date, such that it's hard for others to take advantage of them. Also, an example is a couple weeks ago, I was refereeing soccer games for the Palo Alto based soccer club, and their home game is at Skyline College. Because they didn't have a field available here, but there may or may not have been a field available depending on if it was produced. But that suggests that the need to look at that. If we have a bunch of people driving an extra 30 miles, that becomes an environmental issue as well as simply a field issue. So I think it'd be good to check in with all of the clubs and review things, and even things as simple as at Mayfield. It'd be great to get a new water fountain that we fill water bottle with proper water pressure, and also to fill up water bottles. That's maybe something that we can reach out to funding groups for. To purchase. So that's a variety of ideas. So I think that's a 1 or 2, two or at least 2-person ad hoc that would be appropriate. And I've heard a lot of input and interest from a number of commissioners about something more directly involved with recreation programs. Reviewing what we have, identifying gaps, coming up with new programs, looking at the demographics. I think there's a great need for this. I'm not clear exactly how to proceed with this. I'm interested in people's input, but given the master plan review that we're planning to do,
how can we create an ad hoc is it possible to create an ad hoc to take on some task now that wouldn't be overlapping with the master plan review or we would be more of the phase 2 of the master plan review as we were outlining some of the tasks. It may well be possible. So I'm interested in commission members talking about their particular interest in a recreation program ad hoc. What you'd like to do, and we can work to see how that becomes an ad hoc and how it fits in conjunction with master plan review.
So I got a lot of feedbacks from fellow parents of the oversubscription Enjoy catalog, both for their kids and some for themselves, like adults trying to get to class for tennis. So is there enough scope or manpower to look into just the review of the Enjoy catalog, identify gaps and maybe expanding classes to just I don't know whether it's growing community or whether it's different demographic as well.
Yeah, my perspective is that's a great thing to work on. The overlap with the master plan is an interesting one because that kind of programming is in the master plan. And how do we have 3 commissioners there and 3 on that where we're not overlapping? I was almost thinking out loud, I haven't fully digested this, but it seems like there could be a good handoff if the Parks Master Plan folks had to analyze things. They sort of package up their findings and interests and things that need to be examined in greater detail on the programming effort, and then pass it on to a separate ad hoc who took that and ran with it in greater detail, maybe? Not sure.
What's the timeline looking like for the master plan reviewing? I'm trying to think through both of you're saying as well. Seem to be a huge urgency. It's like at least more than 5 people telling me about, because when our family were growing, it was so easy, just subscribe before the local residence time is running out. But I was told now you have to sit in front of your laptop by 8 o'clock, 5 minutes, everything's gone.
Yeah, so a lot of that would be, is it based on availability of spaces? This, people that will be conducting those.
Yeah.
So there's probably a number of things that have to be looked at, and how, if it's a space issue, you have limited amount of space to host programs, right? And if it's a resource issue, you can probably find resources, whether it be volunteers, so forth, but it's a lot more difficult to find physical space.
Yeah, I really appreciate that thought, because I was wondering what is at stake here, whether it's not enough classes or whether it's not enough space for the class.
But the other side of that would be, does anyone really spend the time to try and figure out, are there creative ways in which to find additional space where, schools that are not being used, religious organizations or whatever that have space, and maybe that says that an ad hoc would be helpful in trying to help staff find the additional resources, whether it be physical people or physical spaces themselves.
Yeah, and also democratic, sort of expanding children from sort of Asian American community perspective, and then also whole community wellness after COVID. So a lot of people talk about meditation class in the park or ping pong class, etc. It would be as a sort of wellness practice.
How do we compare to other cities in terms of offering? Maybe if we had more types of programs, then that would feel some of the pressure on. I don't know how we compare to Cupertino or Mountain View or other cities in the area, but maybe they have programming of types that we don't. And I hope can look into that and see if there's more opportunities to offer more.
I also think Palo is different than Cupertino, so I think that's where the master plan review is taking a holistic look at this guiding document and what's changed and doing the community outreach that would, because we're hearing hearsay of, oh, there's not enough space, we don't have enough staff. maybe we need more offerings, but it's all just hearsay, and I don't think that we should discount that at all. I think we should absorb all of that information as it's coming in.
Yeah.
But the master plan review, I think, would provide a good forum to look at it holistically, do the outreach, get this information, and then do the handoff. I sort of see it as like, this is sort of like our general plan guiding document, and the Enjoy catalog is more like a zoning ordinance or like a building code. So those things get updated regularly, more regularly than the general plan guiding document. So it's not like we couldn't do updates to the Enjoy catalog or say, we heard a great deal of community feedback to offer this class, or we need to buy more coaches or space. Those updates continue to be made as the master plan ad hoc is doing their work. But that could be a potential evolution, maybe next year or the year after, depending on how fast the master plan review ad hoc can work, to continue that work and really bring it to the doorsteps of everybody in the catalog. But
Yeah.
that's just my thought.
Yeah, I do agree. One is more macro, one is more micro level, but it's just a concern of time sensitivity and also in neighboring cities you talk about. I heard people from, Los Altos and Mountain View, they used to be able to get 10 classes, all more equity issues, Hispanic group in Redwood City, and no longer they can subscribe or even manage. So, and this is a question, do we do any review or survey with the residents to see where's their pain points, where's the demands, and where's the happy, sweet sort of points?
There is a review associated with the joint catalog programs after taking a course.
And general questions in the citizen survey that
Yeah.
are satisfactions with recreation program, parks, et cetera, that I don't know if it gets quite granular to your points, though. I don't know if it gets all the way there
Yeah.
in getting that feedback.
Joy, you want to say something?
Yeah, so speaking as a parent, I had, it was impossible to get into any of the programs.
Yeah.
Especially for summer, and Lam and I were talking about it before we started this. And I'm just wondering if we could also explore opportunities, because the pricing too is high. So I was wondering if we could explore opportunities with, non-profit organizations and for-profit organizations who want to do, maybe corporate sustainability, mentorship programs with seniors. So I feel like there's a gap there. It's not just the availability, but also, extending it so that more people who can afford, the pricing that we currently offer to be able to also have an opportunity to do something as well.
Yeah.
For example, I have a son who is 13 and I want him to start to learn life skills. I don't see a lot of that there, so I feel like there's a gap there that we need to also attend to. Apart from entrepreneurship, money, and things like that, they usually might not learn in the four walls of the classroom. So
Yeah. I see
So-
similar complaints.
So we know at a higher level, we need to get started with a master plan review and we talked about how it doesn't really make sense to dive in to a lot of the details initially, but I'm wondering if reviewing the Enjoy catalog program, if there is some level of review of Enjoy program, program courses that could be done in parallel, that would provide useful data
Yeah.
to the master plan ad hoc, that
Yeah,
wouldn't be wasting time. How can we define a scope of a review that would be consistent with a master plan? As I mentioned, when you talk about a master plan review, the first thing that comes to mind is reviewing all the programs
Yeah.
and the class offerings and things like that.
Yeah.
So it's something we obviously know that we're gonna want to do.
Right.
How do we make sure that whatever comes out of this ad hoc effort is going to be useful for us and not duplicitous and not a bad use of staff resources as well?
Yeah, I love the parallel sort of approach because Enjoy program can be a support of the master plan review and also the time sensitivity, like what you just said. I heard quite a lot of that. It's really the funding opportunity could be a donation from other people instead of just hard money. It could be a kind of donation, like people willing to teach classes for free That might be something like skills, mentorship, and then coming back to your recruitment for all the coaches hourly basis. Is sort of all hand in hand, right?
Instead of
Yeah,
par-
yeah, yeah.
so, instead of being parallel, can it be the master plan ad hoc addressing that first? Instead of having two different groups, would it be?
As a top
Yes,
priority, yeah,
yes.
yeah, it could be one group, yeah, that's true.
So the way that I
If we should-
envision and outline the priorities for the master plan ad hoc. I saw the specific reviews of programs like we're talking about to be more of a secondary priority. I think the first step needs to be to take a look at the master plan and take a holistic view of it and understand what we're doing well and how do we need to consider, what do we need to consider changing? Take a look at what's the other plan? Yeah, take a look at the action plan.
Yeah.
This is, how do we leverage the resources of this? Do we want to do a full scale adoption of working with an updated action plan, or do we want to take a lot of the good work out of the action plan and use it in a different way? And how do we identify what the tasks are for doing a proper review?
From more macro level.
Yeah. So that's the top priority. But if we kept a review of the current programming in the Enjoy catalog more objective, getting in terms of surveying and summarizing what we currently have in place, and then also starting work to identify gaps. But that's less objective and might need more guidance from the master plan group. But it seems like there would be something to start with, and maybe the way to start is some of the initial meetings of the master plan ad hoc could be to work to develop a framework to hand off to a group to do the Enjoy catalog review and anything else associated with that. Andy, your thoughts on that?
No, I was waiting for another time to speak about the gender equity survey plan that I would like to see us continue to bring from either recreational opportunities or in this particular thing, because you all know it's been 51 years since Title IX passed, and we're not so sure that we're treating girls programs the same as we're treating boys programs. And we may be treating more girls programs than boys programs, and whether we're allocating space in the appropriate way. And there are people who do that kind of thing for a living, and so it may be a matter of money, Darren. Not a lot, but there's good people around who do that kind of thing, and I think it's really important for us to do. So I didn't have another thought. Sorry.
Mandy?
Yeah, I think it would be beneficial to take a look at, I just worry that by having sort of an objective, narrow focus, that we're missing out on the whole picture. So by looking at just the Enjoy catalog and the demand, you're not seeing, oh, well, this private provider already offers it in the community. I'm thinking that the master plan review would be more comprehensive and be able to look at all of those things, whereas just looking at the catalog in isolation, I just worry that things are gonna fall through the cracks, and we're not gonna get the whole picture, but and how those groups interact with each other. I'm just struggling to get my mind around it, but I like the idea of them both existing and working together, but I just don't know Brown Act and everything, how that looks, so.
They can have special meetings if we have to, so then they can go notify that there can be more people. I'm looking at the goals, and I know that the master plan developed based on those goals. But that was a while ago, and things have changed, and we know that the community has changed. And post-COVID, a lot of things changed for people individually and socially as groups. And when I look at that, it says develop innovative programs, services, and strategies for expanding the system. That cannot be static. That has to be expanding the system. It has to look forward. If the best way is to first look at the plan for the implementation plans for this, and then move forward with more specific potential expansions, or do them in parallel, I'm not sure. The other goal that I am very interested in, and I know there's a lot of stuff that's been done on this, but it's never been put together in a way that is easy for me to follow, is preserve and integrate nature, natural systems and ecological principles throughout Palo Alto. So this is not only talking about nature preserve, it's looking to throughout Palo Alto, and there are ideas of pollinator pathways in the plan, which actually say, let's do them, and other things that haven't been implemented. I know that staff is working more towards planting native plants only in parks, and that's huge progress. But there is a lot more that can be done. So I'd like to explore this goal and how where are we? And I don't know that the implementation plan has enough detail on that, because they never really identify specifics of how to do this. Because it's not easy, and it's not something that staff usually does, like integrate this throughout the city. How do you approach that? I would like to see some progress, even if it's only like figuring out what's being done already.
Do you have a project to suggest? Or where are you trying to do this?
I would look at things that have to do with planting pellets for parks. I would look at maintenance. How much do plants have to be square? I mean, who makes square plants and why, unless they're invading? Things like that. I want to look at maintenance. I want to look at planting palette. I would like to look at, can we create pollinator corridors? And that may involve the community, and go to my street and tell people, hey, if you put a little few milkweeds in every yard, we may have monarch butterflies here. I've seen it work at Google where they did it, and it's just a few plants here and there. I would like to see this come to life, and I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that stuff does. We just don't have like a comprehensive view of what stuff does.
So do you envision a ad hoc for this and a work plan associated with this?
Potentially,
Pulling this from the master plan.
Yeah.
So I imagine that sort of would come out of the master plan review, because we're looking at that implementation spreadsheet and checking to see were there actual implementation steps to address that goal, and whether or not they were done, whether or not they were sufficient or need to be updated, and then going and circling back with staff for each of the implementation line items. There's probably an associated sort of work plan for staff. You could see the columns with the sort of staff time, budget and details, and working with staff. To pull out one line of that spreadsheet from, and
there aren't, that's the thing. There are very few
I don't.
implementation
Chance
guidelines
to
for
look at
this
full
specific
spreadsheet.
goal.
At this point.
Yeah, so I kind of agree that I think this is something that falls out of the master plan review. I think the answer to the question you're talking about right now is, if it doesn't exist, that's something that could be added into the action plan.
Yeah.
That's some of the specifics. And so I think I see this as kind of a combination of phase 2 and phase 3 master plan review. And I know this is something you want to jump on right away, and it's a priority. I'm hoping that phase 1 of the master plan review can be completed this calendar year. And then we look at phase 2 as part of this year as well. And maybe when we develop our work plan, we identify tasks associated with phase 1, and then add to our work plan with tasks associated with phase 2 after these tasks are better identified, which is part of phase 1.
Yes, so I was still trying to go back to what you said about parallel reviewing both master plan and expanding the thoughts of enjoy catalog to be more integrated way, say. So I'm not really wanting to overstepping toes, but at the same time, say urban forestry, whether there's a tree planting program, which could be integrated into Enjoy program. It can be offering, free classes, how to plant trees for middle schoolers, high schoolers. It could be a free class, whoever is passionate. And the biodiversity in our community gardens, the free classes offering how to, put the seeds into foreseeable future for your backyards and to make collateral greener. So it could be integrated process. between the Enjoy catalog, expanding the Enjoy catalog to be more aligned with the master plan and expanding that on that level with the priority which is set, like.
But I
community
think we,
$1,000.
again, circling back, and we needed to go through the higher level master plan review and then and set a framework for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we all agree that an update for the review of the Enjoy catalogs can be part of the master plan review.
Yeah, absolutely.
The
Yeah.
question is, can we jump forward? What can we get started with right now as opposed to waiting till next calendar year to start potentially? And maybe another way of looking at things is looking at, well, at the ad hocs. We need to start to find, getting a little closer to getting results we're aiming for in terms of getting our ad hoc and liaison rules defined and assigned. Right now, we have potentially 8 ad hocs. Nine ad hocs. Which I'll go out on a limb and say is too many for the staff to support it, let alone for the commission to support, so we're.
Yeah.
In 8 last year.
We had 8, one was the liaison, or one was a website refresh. Maybe we need to consider what the top priority ad hocs are. And also consider
Mention
what,
consolidation, yeah.
well, not just the consolidation, but
So this.
we could consider how the staff impact on a 1 to 5. I had data columns so we could mark it, we could mark out how each of the particular tasks items apply to the different priorities. I don't think we're gonna have time to get through that. I'd also see these are kind of our priorities. I think we go out on a limb a little, but I think we. I think we're probably comfortable that all of these projects that we're talking about touch on the priorities, that fall under the priorities that we've listed. If we had more time to go through and exercise and take that off, but I think maybe we don't have that, and then we'll also potentially go through and identify which ones are associated with open space, parks and recreation. But I think we've got coverage on that as well. So maybe let's look at what let's rate the staff impact 1 to 5. 5 can be a highest impact in terms of staff.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
With regards to the projects that Darren shared earlier, how does that play into? The
Yes,
annual-
that's a good question. There are the projects, so I think all of those projects are covered either by ad hocs or by liaison folks. And I did review that, Darren. I don't know if there's any, and we can take a quick look at the liaison roles here if you want as well. Before trying to finalize.
So the ad hoc, for master plan review, does each say, this is a question, say 3 people is on that review, do 3 people have their own focus? Just, asking.
In
for-
general, 3 people are working together.
Okay.
Yeah, we're working on.
With stuff.
With staff. And I would see that the master plan ad hoc would be something that would be reporting back to the commission every 2 or 3 months.
Okay.
Even if it were a short agenda item.
Right.
so that we can get regular feedback from the full commission on this, because I think that's it's important. I see that as probably an ad hoc that meets weekly. Following please from the
Yes, the
recreation project,
rigorous,
so,
yeah.
can I answer your question?
Do you think that the trees need an ad hoc or a liaison?
For urban forestry,
Yeah. Do we still need an ad hoc for that?
I guess it comes down to the question, is there a work plan item associated with it?
I don't know.
And I think, given our relatively new role as the community forum for urban forestry, and the fact that it's not really matured, and given that there has been a recent update to the tree ordinance, I think it merits an ad hoc for another year or maybe 2 years, and then could go to a liaison role. But I would suggest that. I think there's a work plan item associated with that in terms of specific tasks.
Keeping in mind that it's a temporary, you said a year or more. What would be the end results of that?
So the urban forestry ad hoc this year would be focused on the implementation of the tree ordinance updates and the community outreach and communication of these updates.
And that couldn't take place at the Masson Road.
It could, but I think it's significant enough that there should be a work plan item associated with it. And at this point, we haven't had a work plan items not associated with ad hocs. Good.
So the EBAC cannot fold into the master plan review, it should be separate.
No, that's very specific, I think.
Because there's council direction on that one.
Yeah. I heard it's very controversial.
How about row 11 folding into 12?
Well, 11. Those are totally different. I think
Playing field.
the playing field policy and projects is very specific and fairly limited. The recreation program review is broad and ambiguous to an extent. That's my thought.
They're looking for something specific to nature in that, like maintenance, park maintenance or something.
Do we normally establish ad hoc for 1 year or half a year? It's 1 year.
It doesn't, it's for a specified period.
I would just say, unpopular opinion, that perhaps the racket and the urban forestry could move to a liaison role. I don't think it makes them any less important or valuable by putting in there, but I think both of those ad hocs, their primary role, if we were to do the work plan, is to monitor how things are going. And I think it will be a very active liaison role, and I think it definitely warrants at least 2 liaisons for both of those. But I think those are largely staff-driven projects, and it just requires sort of regular check-ins and regular reporting. And so I would just suggest maybe moving both of those to liaison roles for this year. And then if something is to happen, we explore creating that.
Okay, so then for liaison, we're talking about urban forestry going to liaison.
And racquetball. Now, in some cities, the Parks and Rec and Urban Forest Group also look at appeals of tree removals and things like that. We don't have that role. So I think that, yeah, and unless you feel, Jeff, that there is something in the urban forest that needs a lot more work from us other than monitoring and working with stuff to make sure everything is available to the public.
No,
and clear.
I can go along with
Okay.
that. I think that's a good suggestion. So then we'd be left with 7 ad hocs that we're looking at here. We look this as a starting point.
Well, how, it's not a request for another one, it's just a question. I would like to know what the guidelines are for maintenance in parks, right, all parks. How do I work with staff to figure it out if there is no role here at the list?
There.
I think, when I see how we, our contractors do a lot of that work. For some reason they do like square plants and. And it really offends me, like, I get it, when you're next to a trail, okay, you don't want the plant to grow over. But otherwise, why are you doing that? It's just. So I want to know how if there's ways that we can make the maintenance, or they vacuum everything and then they put mulch. Like, why don't you just let the leaf litter accumulate, then you get butterflies and everything else. So these are things that I would like to know. How can we work with staff to find out what are the guidelines they're using and whether those can be changed a little bit.
I agree with you, actually. No, but I don't. I think it's gonna be very, we have contractors that I work with in the town that I work for, and they have a lot of staff turnover too, so they do it a different way. Sometimes it looks completely different than someone was out sick, so it's very hard to manage and create standards, but I think it could. I think an informational item or discussion for
Sometimes
us,
you need
but
to give them a handout in pictures, not even with language. And I totally understand. I work with a few big companies and they have the same issue.
Yeah.
A new person comes in, cleans everything, and oh my God, they didn't know the natives, so they remove them all.
Right.
I am totally aware of that, but there are ways to work on that, and I've been doing it for 10 years. So.
So on page 95, it talks about incorporating sustainable practices in the maintenance and management of parks, open space, and recreation facilities. It makes reference to the sustainability master plan. I don't know if that's, no.
They look at energy use, water use, various resources that people use, not so much that kind of thing.
I see.
The SCAP really looks at how we have to be responsible for use of resources.
Resource management,
Yeah.
not necessarily ecological protection.
Only as it relates to reduced use of water and energy and so on. Or more electrification rather than gas, things like that. So potentially, what kind of, if you're gonna blow leaves, then use an electrical but you're still blowing the leaves.
Just to answer that question from the staff perspective, we're glad to have you come meet with one of the park supervisors and talk for an hour or two, explaining those things, take a site visit, look at a few examples of where we either are pruning hedges in a very unnatural way. Typically, it's because it's adjacent to a pathway, and planted in the wrong spot, right? Wrong species, wrong spot. Doesn't fit in that planter unless it grows 3/4 of the way through a pathway. Hence, it's boxed up. We do grass cycle, we do keep leaf litter wherever we can without smothering or killing landscaping. So we do a lot of those things, but I think a walkthrough, talk through would be great. And even if it's not on the plan, we can make arrangements.
Okay, well, we can start with a couple of the smaller parks.
Sure.
Hopefully that can be somehow.
That's where.
Plants that are huge square or old plants planted between 1950 and 1980. Right. We don't plant that plant material anymore. Plant material we plant now is that grows with no maintenance. That's the.
Planning for the full height of the plant or width of the plant to stay where it's at.
So I don't even think that the maintenance contract allows them, or besides shearing the plants to maintain any plants. They don't have the budget for that. They mow the grass and pick up the leaves. That's what I'm responsible.
So no equity and inclusion issues for square plans. Okay. I think more or less updated what we have here. Let me keep track for it out here.
So should I volunteer myself for the master plan review or?
We're
Do you need to-
we're gonna get to that.
I'm way ahead of. Being new and.
Okay, so we have here 7 ad hocs that we talked about. And we can update the names if we want to. Recreation program review, I'm still not quite clear how that gets defined immediately, but
Just thinking out loud, and I know there's lots of different ways to do this. One way of thinking about it is it could be a liaison role. And I'm almost imagining it as they're doing the prep work for the master plan review. So they look in depth at the enjoy, come back, report it to the PRC and basically hand a report over to the folks who are doing the master plan review. And that's one supplemental document that helps them through their evaluation. It's one way of thinking about it.
I think that's great, because I think there's probably gonna be a lot of interest in being on the master plan review ad hoc. And so this would be a good way to sort of narrow that, and even just keeping it as an ad hoc and narrowing it to enjoy catalog and then that feeds. And maybe at a full commission meeting for that final report or periodic reports, just so that everybody has an opportunity.
Yeah,
so you're suggesting rec program review would be an ad hoc?
Would be an ad hoc, narrow focus to enjoy catalog and then,
And expand the focus after more progress.
Yeah.
The only consideration, and I don't think this is a stopper, is it's the same staff that would be working on both those, right? A lot of rec time for the enjoy catalog, a lot of rec staff time for the master plan when we get to it. And I imagine there'll be some duplication as they work with a new set of 3 commissioners to say, okay, here's the background. Still doable, just something to think about.
I think the master plan review is going to be much more encompassing than just rec. I also think that the
Sure.
phase 1 of the master plan review will not be very rec heavy.
Yep.
Okay, so. So these are the ad hocs we're envisioning at the moment. Target number is how many people envisioning to be on each ad hoc. Master plan, 3 people, e-bike policy. 3. Grant opportunities could be 2 or 3. Park dedication could be 2 or 3. This is just what I'm coming with. If you have different feelings on this, please let me know. Wellness center, gym, 2 or 3 or 3. 3 playing fields. I think that's 2. And rec program review, probably 3. Could be 2, I guess. The 2 versus 3 kind of depends on the interest of commission members. So we're looking at then being involved with each commissioner being involved with 2 or 3 ad hocs. On liaison rules, we have. We'll just go through this. We have aquatics. Previously, we had a BCCP liaison and a Baylands Tigate liaison.
We're also talking about Baylands projects in the coming year of the entrance gate replacement, the piling repair. Not sure tight gate's gonna be that much, but it seems maybe folding this all into a single. Either or into a Baylands liaison, it could be one or two people. And also, I don't know if the golf course mitigation comes under. If that falls more clearly under a golf liaison or a Baylands liaison, and that it's more of a natural environment type of a role.
I think the balance might
Yeah.
be add as well as the horizontal levy.
Yeah. Okay. So that'll all be a Baylands liaison. I will hide this one. Community gardens liaison, Coverly. That's the first time the word's been uttered.
That's gonna take on another way.
It's always the elephant in the room. We talked about this in preparing for this the retreat. If something happens in Coverly, this becomes a top priority for the commission. We have no actionable work to do. We have nothing to add into the work plan at this point in time. And that could be this, that may change within the coming months. It may not change in the coming years.
And it's certainly a priority.
And that's certainly priority. So anyway, keeping a liaison just to track activity is appropriate.
And to go visit that place.
Yeah.
A lot, because it has such extremes, like it's so lively, it's so wonderful, and such a mess at the same time, and so dilapidated, and it would be good.
What make you think we don't?
Huh? Well, I'm sure you do. There are areas there inside.
It sounds like you want to be.
No. I don't, but I love that.
Do as I say, and that's it.
Just time check,
Yeah.
25.
Funding liaison should mostly that, right? Unless you got that.
Okay, so we have dog parks, we have field users goes away. We have Foothills Nature Preserve. And there's been two people, and there are some projects coming up in Foothills, that's scaling back from an ad hoc. And the ad hoc members are also, or the liaisons are also part of the Foothills Stakeholder Group, which meets every couple months or so with other partner groups. Funding partners. We want to keep a funding partner. A funding partner's liaison role in addition. In addition to grant opportunities, that makes sense, I think.
Because they're two
Two
different things.
different things altogether. Golf liaison becomes golf first tee. Hawthorne's area planning. I expect that I will be appointed to the community input group. So that's something that's not going to happen. PAUSD city liaison, someone monitoring the city school meetings. Park amenities. Not only this includes restrooms and seating type things in amenity parks. I think it would also be appropriate to do a preliminary help staff or do a preliminary review of PIPs that are coming to the commission that aren't already associated with another liaison or ad hoc pool. So I'm primarily talking about playground improvements. Anything that's dog parks is going to be under dog parks. Anything that's restrooms would be under the park amenities. Does that sound reasonable there? Okay.
Yes.
Racket sports will now have a liaison. It could be two people. Safe routes. I don't think safe routes. I think it's important to continue. I don't think we have a need to continue sidewalk under policy liaison. Nothing happened the past year. Skate park I've added. Sustainability and biodiversity liaison. I'm not exactly clear what this does.
I think we can go back to sustainability on that one, if we have the best. The idea was really to look at all the parks, not only the natural parks, but I still don't see a lot of how to get there, so.
How is it different from urban forestry? That's two different things.
Urban forestry is specifically related to the urban forestry section of the public works department, it's city trees and
Yes.
public trees. And private trees. Trees and plants. So the sustainability, we want to continue to have a sustainability liaison that would be a liaison for SCAP related projects and updates like sea level rise and horizontal levy. And I'm just trying to understand what the role for all of this is.
No, that goes in this, the sea level rises in the sustainability, but we can discuss that later.
Okay. Ventura, urban forestry, we've added Ventura plan. I don't think we can add it. If we need to, but it seems to be Wyatt. Youth council and moving the website liaison.
Do you have any like senior, any kind of senior role? I'm just wondering, like the youth, is there any equivalent in the senior community? Senior what, senior? I don't know, maybe you have
I
any-
haven't either, since I've been.
yeah, like someone to bring the two together.
What is safe routes? What is the
So-
school?
It's
School.
safe routes, well, it's transportation corridors and we have there's a very successful safe routes to schools program. Part of the master plan actually our master plan includes updating something equivalent to safe routes for safe routes in parks.
Right,
Things like
right.
that. That's really been a contingent on transportation staff
Right.
bandwidth, which hasn't happened, but. Anyway, somebody can coordinate with it. The senior liaison, we probably want a better name than that.
You said seniors. I was just looking to, there was a lot of people during the interviews for this talked about bringing those two together.
Yeah, cross
I-
generation learning. I was trying to define it as. a
Yeah, here, it's being just said cross
Generation
generational liaison.
Yeah, intergenerational learning, yeah,
So
something like that.
is that part of the recreation program?
It's part of,
You-
it's part of the show.
I mean, if somebody wanted to talk to someone on the commission, would it make sense for them to reach out to the recreation program review of this? Or do we want to call it recreation
No, it's
program?
probably specific to its own thing.
Okay, so what we like to call this?
Generational.
Cross generational sounded very good.
Intergeneration, cross generation.
I don't know.
Intergenerational, yeah. Very small companies, intergenerational.
Okay, and this one now.
Well, something that was in the master plan was making Palo Alto an age-friendly city, and I think that had other requirements. I don't know. I don't think that was ever implemented, but that could be something that was eventually worked into life.
Yeah.
That could be part of the master plan
Yeah.
review with essentially,
Yeah, who relates that, so.
So intergeneration.
so, call it age-friendly city is what is in the master plan. Let's leave it at what's in the master. plan.
Right, so age-friendly cities?
Yeah.
The hyphen there?
Sure.
Why not?
City, just one,
Just a. It's not regional.
could be.
Could be.
Okay,
Since we're making some of our priorities focused on inclusion, equity, I'm thinking maybe it could be something that covers that because it's inclusive of all, not just generations, but also inclusive of.
Ethnicities, yeah, yeah.
Besides ethnicity, I'm even considering more people who are cognitive or physically challenged, so.
friendly city?
Not just age, but maybe something that covers equity, access, diversity and inclusion.
When the council adopted that, this is a couple of years ago, I think it was a measurement stick for every single committee, every single ad hoc, every single everything. So it's almost
Right.
implicit in how you think about and talk about the different ad hocs. Does that make sense? So rather than having a specific thing or person to deal with that, it should be something that every ad hoc and every liaison and the commission thinks about
Yeah.
on a regular basis, and I think that was the.
It's an underlying thing, but I think the liaison needs somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
Now, if you found a group that felt like they weren't being heard, I'm sure that it's okay, but this was really the youth. And we were, just thinking of expanding that to seniors, but it could be other, all
I think
ages.
it has to be inclusive of everyone, not just age.
What-
Defined.
But which groups do you talk to?
So I'm gonna suggest, we need to get moving with our
Okay.
assignments. I suggest we can adjust the name and hold this liaison at a later date. Okay. Let's let's work on it. So let's review the liaison roles real quickly, and then we'll go assign our ad hocs and liaisons. Age-friendly city, we have aquatics. If any of these you think should be two people, I can put a number here, like Valence could be two.
Age-friendly city probably should be two. Foothills, since there's projects coming, should be two.
Funding partners, golf, Hawthorns, the park amenities, more than one person. Rocket sports, do you want to? Skate park too? One.
That's those two last ones.
No, well,
Was it?
it was,
No.
was Joy.
I'll put one, too.
One. Oh, I forgot about that.
Good one,
Wow.
okay. Okay. I'll find out who's interested in what. I'm just gonna put X marks, or some sort of marks next to names to indicate what you're interested in. Why don't we start with just going around the room and talk about what you're interested in? Start with Bing, if you're new.
Yeah, I'd be interested in the master plan review. I can learn a lot from you guys,
Okay,
understanding the big picture.
and so why doesn't everyone select at least two and eventually three
Talking about ad hocs or?
ad hocs, yes.
How many input per commissioner normally sits on, one or two?
Two or three.
Two or three?
So we have 7 ad hocs. If there were 3 people on each ad hoc, that would be 3 ad hocs per person.
Yeah, I would be interested in the recreation program review as well.
Okay, and so those are mutually exclusive.
So you cannot be on both, right?
That's right.
Because of Brian. Yeah, okay, I'll just focus on the master plan review and the grant.
Put both so that we
Yeah.
can see who can
Yeah.
do.
So another ad hoc you're interested in, or we can get back to you.
Yeah, the grant opportunity, yeah, might be able to help
Your
out.
grant opportunity,
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
That's it, yeah.
Joy?
I'm interested in the wellness center and gym. And the master plan review.
And anything else?
Maybe still the grant opportunities as well.
Johnny?
So the master plan review. And continue on the e-bikes because, just have to at this point,
Yeah.
right? I was-
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Highlights.
I don't actually look forward to it, but we've been put so much time into it already. That's it for me, although if there is no one else who wants to work on public education, I'm willing to take it, but not eagerly.
Long as you have an assistant.
No.
It shouldn't be too much work, though, I hope.
And which one?
Park dedication, because I'm already on it.
Yeah, Nellis?
Okay, I want to keep Commissioner Kleinhoff on it, so I'll stay on the electric conveyance policy. And The record court policy, what's still that good?
That's gonna be a liaison.
Oh, that's right, okay, yeah. And I should say, I do want to stay on the wellness committee, but I'm also going to say that I've also informed Jeff and others that I'm looking at resigning from the board of the wellness center, so, but I do want to stay on the wellness center, that's that, yeah.
And playing fields.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And
Playing fields.
anything else?
No, this one.
So you don't want to be part of the wellness center?
Well, I think I would rather wait and hear how it works and so on. And I think it.
I know there's, you're talking about issues in terms of being on the board.
I'm talking about the way the whole thing fell out or. And so I just would like to maybe give it some time.
Okay. Another ad hoc you'd like to participate with?
So you have the playing field one, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the only thing that's really open is the e-bike and you don't want to be on that one.
Grant opportunities?
Hmm?
Grant opportunities?
Yeah.
Okay. Andy?
That's just my hand, there was, I mean, or I'm happy doing the recreation program.
We're talking, we're voicing what we're interested in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then. I'm happy doing any of them except the wellness section. No, not because I don't want you on that one, it's just like conflict, so I don't want. But
Yes. And I'm interested in master plan review, park dedication, and playing fields.
What are you doing, Jim? Oh, sorry.
I said I'm interested in master plan, park dedication, and playing fields. So we have plenty of coverage on the master plan.
Let's step down. Yeah.
But you can step down and onto the recreation program review.
Yeah, that's fine.
We have 4 people on master plan. We have 2 on e-bikes. We have 2 on e-bikes, 3 on grant opportunities, 1 plus on park dedication. 2 on wellness center, 3 on playing fields, and some fallout number on recreation program. Any other interests from anyone to join e-bikes or park dedication or wellness center gym? And you're waiting in the wings to something else, I guess, but
I'm happy to park dedication. Get time.
okay.
That's Jeff and you, but if you want me to be on there.
On the master plan review, I think I would recommend that the more senior members get priority on that initially, because I think it's gonna it'd be a lot, would be more to come up to speed with, but I would recommend that if you're okay with it, we move you to the recreation program review, which will be directly associated with it.
Sure.
So we have 3 for master plan review, we have 2 for e-bikes. We have 3, so we're fine on master plan. Well, not really be happy for it, but grant opportunities are fine. Park dedication with 2 is fine. Playing fields is more than fine. The rec program review, so. I'm gonna take you off, Mandy, off of that since you're on master plan. Would anybody else like to or join the rec program review? Or I think 2 people, I think it's fine with 2 people right now, at least since it's the definition is. Gonna be a further definition as we move forward. Excuse me?
Yeah, I'll.
So you're on 3 already.
Oh, okay,
You
that's what I was
can go on 4.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Would anybody else like to join e-bikes?
Not really e-bikes anymore, just
No, sorry,
bikes.
yeah, it's bicycle. Yeah, so if we say bicycle, does that include the e-bikes?
I think so, no.
So if we say bicycle access policy, does that,
We can leave it as is.
I think you leave it as e-bike, because
you want to say bicycle / e-bike?
Yeah,
Yeah, I would just make sure e-bike is in there somewhere.
yeah,
yeah.
Let's not leave the e-bike.
Or inconveniences. Because
Put it in there.
there's so many different
Hovercraft.
vehicles.
I love the way it rolls off the tongue.
Where's the AI one?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we have 2 on e-bikes. Would anybody else like to join e-bikes? Bicycles. e-bike. Would anybody else like to join the wellness center and gym? We can go with these assignments for the time being, and look to update them further. We have time after we do liaison assignments, we can revisit that. Okay, liaison assignments. Who's interested in age-friendly city? And if multiple people, we can have 2 people on this, on liaison assignments as appropriate. If someone is voicing interest in a liaison role, if you would like, feel free to voice interest right now. This is the first time.
I'm interested, but I think I'm needed on other things more.
Okay. Aquatics. Everyone always looks at.
yes. I do have a very nice message from Tim Sheeper about aquatics in the pool, so.
I'll still golf in first team.
Yeah, I'm just going down. one.
Okay.
Yeah, Baylands.
Me and maybe.
What is Bayland involved?
So Baylands would include.
Because I love that. I still go there a lot.
So it's as envisioned, it's more of a environmental related role of the Baylands. So being a liaison to the commission regarding the piling repair project, the Interscape replacement project, finishing out the DCCP, Tightgate, the Baylands Tightgate replacement project, golf course mitigation.
Yeah.
I'm good with them.
I'm interested if someone wants to develop or something like that.
Oh.
I'm okay too with that. I want you on it. Community gardens. Get to work with your boss.
Good plans. I love this, but I can't, I have to be careful what I take on this time.
I will do it.
Mandy, great. Coverly.
I'll take.
There room for two people to come on? I would do that.
Dog parks.
I would do that too.
Totally do dog parks again, but I'm happy to.
Well, I would do it, I would share it.
Yeah.
Can you look into doing shared time like they do at Cuesta Park in Mountain View and other places like that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry, dog parks was one.
Thought it was Crimson Brown.
Sounds like a TV show.
Could be.
Detective.
Foothills.
And you, I think, continue.
Sorry, big question. Who will be the city staff for each family? Or is that what we're calling it or?
Age friendly, I don't know, Karen.
Just thinking
Adam?
perhaps Minka, and someone from rec. Probably Adam.
Yeah.
He's close associated with the youth and Minka more with seniors.
We'll fill that in. Funding partners.
Oh.
This is liaison to follow the recreation
I
foundation.
would do that.
Golf first tee. Hawthorns.
Jeff,
Sure.
oh,
Should be the president of parks too.
It is, but I don't think good chance. That's like golf funding partner.
Okay.
We used to have a separate one, liaison called out.
for Hawthorns,
Yes.
is it okay for you to talk to me? Because in my professional side, I've advocated on that. And so the others of my environmental groups that I work with, so I'd like to be able to talk to you about it, but not through this. I don't want to be on the liaison.
Anyone can talk to any liaison on anything, as long as it's a, you're not violating Donna.
I can send you some of our letters.
Absolutely. I like your input. PASD city schools liaison. Someone to monitor the monthly joint meetings.
So, the question, other cities use school grounds for sports fields and other, and we don't really, and in some cities, it's been replaced parkland, and now they're having problems because of that.
So we need to get these assigned. Sorry?
I'm on two, right? Yes.
Yeah. Bing looks like to be the city schools liaison.
What that entail?
It entails attending a monthly meeting, looks like at 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:30 in the morning, usually at
The school district.
the school district or city hall.
Is that just listening or?
Just listening, just listening and reporting back to the commission, anything that's.
Yeah, that's fine.
Park amenities.
Yeah.
My hand is up.
I'm already on that.
Yeah, Rocket sports.
Oh, I would do that.
Oh, you have to, right.
You want on that? Yep. Good. Safe routes. I will do that if no one else wants it.
What yours?
Sold. Skate park. Got the, and you're taking skate park?
No.
The auctioneer saw the hand go up.
No, that's what I thought. So I don't know, I mean, it's a great group to work with. Would somebody else like to do that? I mean, they're very fun, right, Aaron?
Oops.
Okay, well, so leave me there.
Who would ever say it? Skaters weren't fun. Sustainability.
What does that entail?
I'm not sure.
Volunteer and find them.
I was trying to probe in that direction. I don't feel like I was successful in my probe.
I think it would go, go to the SCOT meetings and see whether there is any like things that they're doing that is relevant to the. And the other way around. Right?
I'm interested just because of the,
Yeah.
don't put in my name yet.
Yeah,
I'm interested because it's part of what I do and what I love to do.
Please develop the role.
Okay, yeah, okay. If it's to develop, then I'm fine.
Urban forestry. I will take. Anybody want to join me or not?
If you feel that you need another person, I'll do it, but I'm getting to where I can't really.
Youth council.
I like youth council. I don't know how. I don't know if we plan to merge.
What's the
Maybe
difference
age
between?
friendly.
No.
Yeah,
It
so,
should be
yeah,
about its own stuff.
I was asking the same question. So youth council, age friendly versus school district. Are these three has some, well, especially youth council and the school district, are they related or no? Right.
I think the youth council is a different.
So youth council's its own, the Coverly Center, is it team council in the Coverly
Yes.
Center? Oh, that's the same.
And you want to describe the youth council?
Yes, the youth council is a group of representation from all the high schools in the area, and this year there was a great group. They increased their diversity from different schools and all of that. They've run programs for teens in the area, from mental health to stress to meet your city council and all that. It's a really fun group, and it's a really fun liaison to do. Go to the meetings every so often, and they ask you questions and you share stuff with them.
Can I do the youth council instead of the school district?
Instead of what?
The school district,
You can do both. You could do both.
Because
I mean, I'm thinking.
I'm volunteer teaching high schoolers, so it's sort of more teaching poetry reading for high schoolers. So it's,
great.
yeah, more relevant to just consolidate what I'm doing.
Thank you.
So I thought age friendly city and youth council is kind of like together, but.
The liaison roles in many cases are there to develop and as the liaison proceeds. All right, so we have Mandy with 3 and leading the pack with 6.
But I didn't take the youth. None of us are now.
Nellis has 4.
I'll take that.
I have 4.
I'm interested in the youth council because I'd like to merge it.
Yeah.
I think Ty.
Yeah, that's true.
Student
That's it.
integration.
Yeah, there's a certain, yeah.
Mentorship.
Yeah,
and
that's right. Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
fiscal
I agree.
Yes.
Okay. So it is like a yearly commitment,
Oh.
or there be amendments, because I don't know yet the balance issue, that's why I'm not putting too many.
So Nellis
I cannot
just
deliver.
offered to
I
take
took
it.
the, I took,
Thank
I took the offer.
Okay. I
Okay,
don't want to promise cannot deliver, that's really bad, and the promise over delivers better.
okay.
Okay.
Shawnee, you have 2 assignments. You want another one?
I'm somewhat interested in the youth, if you willing to work with the others, but I also, I'm getting to
Yeah.
where, my time is.
And, okay, bear in mind the liaison assignments, we can change.
Can you send those around so we don't forget what we do?
Of course. Okay, we need to move forward with some actions. I guess we can have a single action to approve all of the ad hoc and liaison assignments. There's another view of the ad hoc assignments. Also an opportunity to change any of the ad hoc names. So we have
there anything anyone can't see and anyone have any questions about this? Liaison rules. Would anyone, barring any further discussion, would anyone care to make a motion to approve these assignments, but establish these ad hocs and liaison rules and approve these assignments? Actually, yeah.
So moved.
Commissioner Cripps, thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Would you like we get a roll call vote, please?
Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Cripps.
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhaus,
Yes.
Commissioner Oche,
Yes, please.
and Commissioner Wei.
Yes.
Chair, that's a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. We are nearing the end of our meeting. We're not going to get to our work plan item. Each of the ad hocs should be planning to meet between now and our May meeting on multiple occasions as necessary to bring a draft work plan ready to approve at the next meeting. Go ahead. That's too good, yeah. So as soon as they're ready, we can get them posted, added to the website, the listing that they want to.
When is our next meeting?
There's a cancellation.
Oh, yeah.
It's Wednesday, the 24th. Wednesday, 24th. 12 days from now.
Oh,
Schwab, would you email the latest draft of the
Really?
work plan so that we can put it right into the work plan for everyone, each ad hoc finishes, so they can email it to
so
staff.
the e-bikes and bikes.
We'll compile and have it ready for the meeting.
Or, I mean, I can look at what city said. and
That
work
Word
on that.
document.
But do we get to
Yeah,
expand
there.
it? How do we want to,
Yeah.
or just-
Yep, you can request anything you want. If the city will approve it, or the city council has the option to approve it, we can ask for whatever we want. We should ask for something that we think is useful and follows meets the criteria, so some of the guidelines and master plan that we reviewed today. We shouldn't request something that we don't think city council would be consistent with what they're looking for us to do.
Mhm.
Be reasonable. Any commissioner board member questions, comments, announcements?
Just to tack onto that, I don't know, I was mainly speaking to staff, and let me reiterate, the game plan would be, staff will email out the current draft of the template for the work plan. Each ad hoc will write in their work plan item and email it to staff. Since we're meeting on the 24th and the agenda has to be posted 1 week before, we would aim for the 17th to have those all submitted. I realize that's a really fast turnaround. If we need to allow more time, we can discuss that. Now's the right time to come to such a determination, though.
I think that ad hocs can make a best effort to get the draft work plan submission into you by the 17th. Given the number of ad hocs that you're going to have to meet, and I don't think it's realistic to, we can do all this. We're on a very compressed timeline, which is not of our choosing.
Yeah.
We're doing the best we can.
And the ad hocs could always continue to meet and have edits ready to go live on the 24th, perhaps.
Yeah, I think the ad hoc should definitely make sure that they're forwarding staff the latest, their final version before the meeting, even if they were to forward staff one version and made edits later on, that should be, we want that in our working document to optimize the meeting. So that we're starting off from the most advanced point possible on each of the work plan
That
items.
makes sense.
We know it's gonna be a difficult, bit of a grind meeting, like, so getting through it.
So staff doesn't need to be in those meetings that we decide on the work plan.
Oh. it's up to the ad hoc to decide whether to include staff, and I say, I would suggest if an ad hoc is choosing to meet without staff, to let your liaison know that you're planning to do that. Your staff liaison.
Can we aim for 1 PM on May 17th as the time frame? We'll give staff enough time to pull it all together and post. You're right. I realize it's not a lot of time. I apologize.
What's happening this year? One
guys-
That's, if you want your direct draft included in the initial packet. Then we'll look to update the package as needed. Peter and Lon, thank you for joining us. Is there anything you'd like to share or comment? Appreciate you being here. Worst places to be, I guess. Any other comments or announcements? Well, thank you, everyone. This is a great start to our session for the fiscal year. I think we made some good progress on the adapting our priorities. It's appropriately. There's a lot of good new energy, new enthusiasm, embracing the projects, tasks we have ahead of us. It's going to be an interesting year, especially with what we uncover with the work plan, and to see what direction we go with that.
I think we should all have a little plant next to our name. It's a square. No. For the year.
Let it grow full.
If you want to make it around, that's another option. That like that. Yeah.
I was maybe a square plant in a round planter. Thank you. I'm going to call this meeting to a close or part of that.